Okay, here we start the workshop now. Okay, wonderful. Let's do it now. Wonderful. Hello, everyone, and welcome to 4th PEEF Annual Conference. PEEF stands for People, Expertise, and Excellence Foundation. You are going to enjoy this conference as the light of wisdom is on strategic leadership for economic rejuvenation. And your speakers are from the 4 continents. I am Rajiv Sharma, and let me introduce you to the Master of Ceremony, Ahmed Mohammed. Ahmed is from Bauchi State in Nigeria. He's joining us from Boston, United States. He's the Director of Talent Acquisition in Harvard University for Harvard Medical School. Let's put hands together for Ahmed Mohammed.
Thank you,
Ahmed,
Rajiv,
what time is it over there?
Well, it's about 5:02 a.m. in the morning here in Boston. And thank you so much for the kind introduction. Hello and welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speakers.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Our keynote speakers, discussants, and panelists, and all our participants today. My name is Ahmed Mohammed, and I would like to welcome you all to the 4th annual and first virtual PEEF, People, Expertise, and Excellence Foundation Conference. This year's conference theme, Strategic Leadership for Economic Rejuvenation, is aimed at providing a platform and opportunity for professionals and experts to address the issues around challenges during and post-pandemic, and to offer practical solutions that involve inclusive growth initiatives and a number of interesting topics. We have a cast of exciting speakers and panelists, and hope you will take away quite a lot from today's conference. Before we begin, however, I would like to first introduce the chairman of the PEEF Board of Trustees, Engineer Alhaji Abdallah Bukar, to introduce PEEF and to officially welcome you all. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I believe you're still on mute.
Yes, sadly I was. Thank you very much, Raju. I'd like to briefly address you, and I'd like to start by talking about the keynote speaker, Mr. Bayo Ojo, former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, who will be represented by Ambassador. Members of the PEEF Board of Trustees, members of the PEEF Executive Management Committee, the chairman of the 4th PEEF Annual Conference Co-Planning Team, members of PEEF, honorable senators and members of the House of Reps, honorable ministers, permanent secretary, directors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me the pleasure of welcoming you to the 4th PEEF Annual Conference, which today is being held virtually to reflect the current new normal in the conduct of public discourse. The new normal for all public and social interaction that erupted as a pandemic of global proportions onto the world scene at the beginning of the year 2020, which engulfed the whole world by the end of the first quarter and remained an absolute clampdown till the third quarter. It is ubiquitous, rampage, destroyed all plans made by all private, public, and other governmental and global organizations on how the year 2020 and beyond shall be run. The whole world and all its leaders and shapers of events realize that civilization and all human interactions must recognize and organize activities taking into account the consequences imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. For those who are attending a PEEF conference for the first time, let me give you some brief introduction. The PEEF stands for the People, Expertise, and Excellence Foundation. It is a body of professionals from all walks of life, largely Nigerians, local and in the diaspora, and the Friends of Nigeria from all over the world, formed on the 9th of October 2016. Our vision is to be the leader and the most respected organization championing skills development in Africa. The mission is to increase skills, proficiency, and productive work within the African workforce. And core values are professionalism, integrity, sincerity, productivity, and excellence. The objectives are all available at the end of the conference as part of the conference documentation. We have also previously held 3 conferences which address issues of great importance to our people, such as safety in the workplace, education versus reality and bridging the gap between educational systems and the real world, and delivering sustainable health management systems for all. The communiques from all these conferences were well received and are in various stages of incorporation and implementation. The current event, Strategic Leadership for Economic Rejuvenation, is intended to inform and bring focus to the complex and new requirements for addressing the existential threat facing many countries, including ours, Nigeria, as a result of the immediate effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, but on a larger scale to address our burgeoning number of youth unemployment and restlessness leading to crime and social behaviors and insecurity. I will let the conference core planning team, ably led by their chairman, Mr. Raju Sharma, and his star-studded cast of professionals from Nigeria, Friends of Nigeria here in the country and abroad, to tell you more about it. We have lined up top-rate speakers, panelists, and discussants to bring about a high-quality outcome for our deliberations and to enlighten the way forward. So let me come back to the present. I will not attempt to give a definition of COVID-19, its origins or its tracks. I leave that to the experts who can do it much better. All I can say, it is a disease caused by a virus that is very infectious, can be deadly, and has no known cure. It severely curtails all close human interactions and virtually forced all economic activities to a screeching halt in less than 3 months. Nobody had foreseen or expected such a major happening. All planning and projections that were intended to guide the pace of business did so based on projection from previous experience. Almost all travel, transfer of goods and services ground to a minimum. At one stage, the future price for crude oil in America became negative. That means producers are required to pay the customers to take the crude stocks off their hands. Can you imagine Nigerian economy where you must pay for customers to take the crude we produce? How will our economy run? Human resilience and trial and error establish some boundaries and protocols on how to evade the scourge and enable rekindling of human societal interactions until a cure and a vaccine to prevent infection are found and accepted and deployed. In the meantime, within the boundaries of the protocols developed, human economic activity must resume and prosper. The various measures that necessarily developed during the worst part of the pandemic were tested and extended, leading to revival of economic activities, but under circumstances that are in many respects different from what used to obtain. Hence, it became normal to conduct business without direct human interactions in all aspects. Hence, the new normal. We must devise alternatives for interaction to revive economic activities and also to address the sufferings during the worst part of the pandemic, as well as to ensure growth for the future. In our country, Nigeria, a presidential task force was set up to help coordinate management of the crisis and to ensure survival. In addition, a national economic sustainability plan to stimulate the economy was set up, which came up with an investment plan of some 2.3 trillion naira in about 12 months. So it is obvious a lot needs to be done. By whom and how? A lot has been said by officials in and out of government on how to move forward. Some of us think that all the current planning and prior statements are in the right step, but they are too limiting. As the saying goes, we need a paradigm shift. Mostly we are still thinking within the boundaries of the old normal. We need to break that mold. We need to realize that circular thinking will not get us anything new, as it keeps us within our comfort zones. We need to get rid of that. We need to try ideas and new ways of doing things, even if we will make some mistakes at the beginning, but we will learn and we will improve. We should draw up plans that maximize local content in goods and services and develop meaningful trade relationships internally, regionally, and with our friends all over the world by creating a strong economy where we'll be importing labor instead of exporting it. We'll be exporting products, not commodities. This will not happen in a day, but we must conceive and articulate the key strokes quickly and set out a roadmap that is sustainable and doable. Many countries have done it before. Why not us? The most important point is to say, yes, we will do it together. I believe this conference will help in showing how things can be addressed and where help and guidance can always be accessed in our foundation, which is ever ready to help in our national development aspirations. You may wonder if we can see a way forward. Yes, and I set up ways to enable economic growth. I will start with my own profession. I'm an engineer. We must set up a system of project development and financing internally without laws from outside that will allow for massive infrastructural developments in road building, for example, using cement in abundant supply now, rail, power generation and distribution, water supply, housing, transportation, and leisure systems. The key is to make these manpower intensive initially to provide the basis for the 100 billion out of poverty that Mr. President is talking about. Again, we must develop agri-systems that are sustainable to feed local manufacturing, agricultural products export, and import substitution. Industries and minerals developments to ensure sustainable economic development and enterprise to keep the economic growth above the population growth. So we become wealthier every year. And we must create a communication system that will enhance virtual systems utilization, management of administrative processes, and ease doing business with minimal paperwork. Just look at what this conference has shown is how to use the new communication technology. See what can be done if we realize and amplify the new links and ensure a faster and safer means of communication and transfer of knowledge, transfer of funds and work streams, and direct participation without leaving bases or needing offices. Have I given you something to start thinking about? I hope so. So please participate fully in this event with all your mind. Listen to our distinguished speakers and panelists. Help us make a beautiful country, Nigeria, and the African continent with a sustainable way to an excellent quality of life standard. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you, and hand over to the MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for that great introduction of PEEF and your wonderful message.
Thank you.
I'll move us along to the next part of this program, which is our keynote speaker. Our opening keynote speaker for today was initially former Attorney General and Minister of Justice of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and past president of the Nigerian Bar Association. However, we had some last-minute adjustments and Chief Bayo Ojo could not join us due to an unforeseen event. We were, however, very fortunate enough to have our invitation accepted by Ambassador Abdul-Yakin Abilagbo to deliver Chief Bayer's keynote address. Ambassador Abdul-Yakin Abilagbo was former ambassador to Nigeria, to the Republic of Sierra Leone, and is currently a member of the federal government Special Public Works Selection Committee in Osun State. I would like to welcome Ambassador to the 4th Annual PEEF Conference as our keynote address presenter for today. Welcome, Ambassador. Thank you for joining us. Sorry, sir, you're on mute. Maybe our IT can unmute our ambassador, please.
I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, excellent. We can hear
Thank
you,
you
Ambassador.
very much, Mr. Ahmed Mohammed. I'm pleased to be here this morning. As you have rightly said, the keynote address is to be delivered by former Minister of Justice. Shibayo Ojo, SAN, and I've been asked to deliver this keynote address on his behalf. So here we go. Let me start by
We apologize, folks. You may have to bear with us.
thanking the organizers of this event, table business executives for giving part in contrary time as critical and tempestuous at the time we are in now, where every nation of the world presently lives on the edge of social and economic tension brought about largely by the onslaught of COVID-19 pandemic health crisis and the associated lockdowns across practically all nations. This health crisis has manifestly had greater effects on all small businesses, particularly in developing economies of the world. In trying to manage the prevailing unpleasant socio-economic impact of this unpleasant development, every country has pragmatically designed and unveiled one form of creative program or the other to get their economics buffeted and rejuvenated, especially the hitherto weak ones. In Nigeria, the challenge of demand-supply disruptions and stress brought about by the COVID-19 health crisis situation is further compounded by the worrisome declining price of crude oil, which has adversely affected the economy. The foregoing reality, therefore, calls for a creative and pragmatic approach in managing the impact and to scale up the performance of our economy. There has been a number of creative solutions to addressing the economic challenges of the global health crisis in some highly developed nations of the world. Some programs and initiatives have been put in place by countries across the world to cushion the effect of the pandemic on their citizens and to shore up their economies. In April this year, the United States government introduced a $350 billion package to stimulate the nation's economy, while making requests for more approvals from the Congress to get the small businesses revived and retooled. In the same vein, the German government announced a limitless loan program for the country's small businesses and is prepared to offer as much as $862,000 loan to a single business in that country. The UK has done similar things. The French government has also announced and instituted deliberate spending to the tune of $50 billion to provide assistance to struggling businesses and citizens. Africa is not left out in coming up with creative solutions to the challenge. For example, South Africa, notwithstanding its manifestly stressed economy, set up a debt relief fund, which is aimed at supporting MSMEs and to prevent further decline of the economy. The Nigerian economic situation over several decades, since the discovery of oil in commercial quantity, the country has placed more focus on petroleum as its dominant source of income. But in reality, the nation's economy depends largely on the MSMEs as its bedrock. According to a 2017 report by the National Bureau of Statistics and the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency, SMEDA, the MSMEs account for over 95% of all businesses in the country, with about 45 million MSMEs contributing 50% to the country's gross domestic product, GDP, and accounting for 86.3% of the employment. That is 59.6 million jobs. That is a huge number indeed. To tackle the economic challenge in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, the federal government of Nigeria has put forward a borrowing proposal to the National Assembly for approval of 500 billion naira intervention fund for the purpose of preventing job losses and to support the livelihoods of its citizens. Excuse me. Very recently, in view of the growing population and the manifest stress of Nigeria's economy, the United States government, through its ambassador to Nigeria, stated that Nigeria needs growth, urgent economic rejuvenation. The US says that the country must accelerate its economic growth opportunities to cater not only for her growing population, but also to be of benefit to other African countries. The foregoing statistics bring the focus of this address to the topic for discussion: strategic leadership for economic rejuvenation. What is strategic leadership? The economic productivity of any nation is a function of strategic choices that are made or not made by their leaders of that nation. All over the growth and sustainable development of nations, it is fundamental in engendering positive action to propel and galvanize positive energy towards achieving national development. There are several definitions of strategy and utilization to create and communicate their strategic vision to influence the environment and achieve strategic outcome and productivity. Enhanced productivity and result are considered the overarching goals and objectives of strategic leadership in every situation and environment. In summary, strategic leadership entails strategic thinking and action, and on the part of a leader to influence positive outcomes and achieve greater efficiency and performance. It is about capacity of a leader to come up with a clear vision of what he or she seeks to achieve, which is desirable, implant the vision in the minds of the followers, plan and show the pathway to achieving the vision, and inspire the followers to follow the path towards goal attainment. Strategic leadership must have the capacity to articulate a broad concept of their development goals and ideas and get it communicated to the people in a very simple way they can connect with. According to President Richard Nixon of the United States of America, in his first inaugural address on January 20, 1969, I quote, "What kind of nation we will be? What kind of world we will live in? Whether we shape the future in the image of all hopes is ours to determine by our actions and our choice." The reality about the issue of strategic leadership is that the fate of the people the leaders lead is determined by the actions and choices of the leaders. What that means is that whichever road a leader takes the people he leads is what becomes of them. As such, leaders must be strategic in their thought and actions, because ultimately that is what defines the fortune of the people they lead. The success story of the developed economies of Europe, America, and the Asian tigers, which we are often regaled with, is anchored on strategic leadership. It is an established fact that leaders who have succeeded in turning the destinies of their nations around are known to have one attribute common to them. They are great thinkers and audacious in their faith, which they demonstrate through practical actions in the right directions they believe in. Other general attributes of efficient and effective strategic leaders, which have been outlined over time, include being loyal to their vision, being updated in the space where they operate, being skillful in the power game, and wise in the use of power at their disposal. Being able to place value on the power of ideas and not the idea of power. Being masters of motivation, trust of the people they lead, and able to trust them. They must also be masters of rewards and incentives, as well as being masters in the art of creating the foregoing to strategic leadership for economic rejuvenation nation. We must take a cursory look at seeing economic issues, assuming more central and fundamental role in measuring the wealth and worth of nations of the world. In any state of economic rejuvenation, there are practical evidences that there is a fast growth in the economy. It is said that a growth that is higher than 3 to 4% is considered to be a sign of rejuvenation of the economy. In modern times, there has been significant growth in many economies of the world, and global wealth has generally been on the increase. But the benefits of those economic growth have not manifested evenly among the people. What this means is that there has been high economic growth, but with an equally high measure of social exclusion. This has brought to the fore in the US and UK, where more blacks died from COVID-19 related illnesses than other races. The question that we must therefore seek to answer is simple. What way can strategic leadership bring about economic rejuvenation? Let me quickly share my thoughts on this very important question. Let me start by emphasizing that economic experts have long established that the economy of every nation has a direct and proportional relationship with the livelihood of the people. This applies to the critical mass of the Nigerian population as well as their welfare. With the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic and the declining price of crude oil, there is no doubt that Nigeria's economy requires intervention and creative solutions that will bring about sustainable growth and growth that is inclusive, one that brings about an enhancement in the purchasing power of the people, one that restores demand and brings about a significant improvement in consumer spending. Like I said earlier, government is aware of this and has introduced some measures at doing just that. Apart from the 500 billion naira intervention fund, only last month, the Minister of State for Commerce and Investment, Ambassador Mariam Katagun, announced the federal government's plan to provide financial support for 1.7 million businesses and individuals across the country within the next 3 months. Similarly, last week, the federal government released details of the micro, small, and medium enterprises support scheme being rolled out under the National Economic Sustainability Program. According to the estimates provided, the sum of 200 billion naira will be used to provide loans to artisans, private transport companies, and workers are also not left out in a different scheme. Furthermore, a 75 billion naira youth investment fund has been established by young entrepreneurs. By to continue to do the following, most of which is already being done. One, stop the rent-based and consumption-driven economy that we have been operating and get off focus.
You don't have video. This is audio. Don't give me the audio now.
Strategically on wealth creation through promotion and capital to drive our economic development agenda. Two, design and implement tailor-made and robust economic recovery plans for the nation. Three, strengthening our public finance dependence of the nation's economy. I'm aware that a lot of appreciable work has been done in this regard. The recently passed Company and Allied Matters Act 2020 is very commendable. Commerce and investment in this regard. Now, 7, improve the country more effective regulatory and earnings therefrom. 9, revitalize the banking sector to enable it lend to the real sector of the economy for growth, stabilize the exchange rate regime. 11, place emphasis on knowledge economy. 12, explore comparative advantage of each zone and region. Now, closing thought. I've endeavored to highlight above some of the strategic approach the federal government is employing in Nigeria to rejuvenate the economy. However, we have often concentrated all our attention at the federal level, forgetting that world, local, and state strategic leadership to rejuvenate the economy must begin from the state and world level. Given that government exists at the instant of its citizens and sovereignty resides with the people, our governments at all levels, from the world, local government, state, and federal for their development agenda. Making government to be seen as being for the people towards building the nation and improving its economic situation, socio-economic situation. That is the way to go. I thank you all for listening. Thank you very much.
For your keynote address. That was certainly well informative, and we appreciate you certainly taking the time to join us today. Up next, we have, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Peter Gregory Obi to say a few words. Mr. Obi, the former governor of Anambra State, who will be saying a few words. He was the chairman and board of Securities and Exchange Commission and was finance special advisor to the president. Prior to politics, he was the chairman of Fidelity Bank PLC and held executive positions at institutions. He is recognized for his numerous achievements and accomplishments, both as a professional and in his public service. I would like to welcome Mr. Peter Obi to the 4th annual conference. Welcome, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me very well.
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you. Let me start first by thanking you for this invitation, the honor of inviting me and the organizers. And like I did mention, I don't think it's the very best of time in our dear country, but then we all have to look at all this. One is thank you. I thank the former speaker for his, I think he's presented all the cases that we need to deal with and all that. My own little contribution, bearing the directive section, which I look forward to, is that one is that pre-COVID, all of us is aware that our country, it was in decline. We had nearly 100 million people living under poverty, 15 million out of school children. Our under and unemployment is almost above 50%. Our revenue to debt service ratio is one of the highest in comparable nations. And you can go on and inequality and all that, which is COVID situation brought all these problems, huge problems to the fore, excavated it, and shown clearly the cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years in our nation, where we have not invested in the critical development areas of health, education, infrastructure, and empowering especially our SMEs. If you look at an example, just to give you an example of health, which is the biggest issue we have now, from for the past 5 years, from 2016 to 2020, our national budget for health is about 1.8 trillion, that's about $4.7 billion for a country of 200 million population. While South Africa, the second biggest economy, with a population of about 55, about a quarter, in 2019, had a 7.1 billion budget for health. So our budget for 4 years is not up to a quarter of a budget, 5 years, it's not up to a budget of a year of South Africa. Not up to the quarter of that. That shows how bad it is and everything. And then with this pre-COVID, like I said, I brought everything to the show. You listen to the Bureau of Statistics said that our second quarter result economy showed a decline of below 6%. And I'm sure we're going to have the similar thing in the third quarter, which means we are going into a second recession within 4 years. And this one is going to be worse. What you're seeing today, even in the riots, is the cumulative effect of this, which is going to be worse. Because if you look at the stimulus package we have, if you look at the stimulus package we have put out to deal with the pre-COVID situation, you will see that it is grossly inadequate compared to other nations of our size and what they've been able to do. Every nation that we are comparable with have been able to come with a stimulus package of about between 4 to 10% of their GDP. India is doing 300 billion, which is about 10% of their GDP. If you put that across countries like Indonesia, with the 255 million people, is coming up with $65 billion stimulus package. Vietnam, with about 100 million, is coming up with 26 billion package. Same thing that the Philippines is doing about 20 billion package. These are nations that we can be comparable with. Even those we can say we are lower than they are, like Bangladesh, is coming up with a package of over nearly 15 billion. In Africa, where we're supposed to be the largest economy, our total package today, while our total package today is 2.3 trillion, and that is physical and monetary, which means it's a total package, which is about $5.5 billion. South Africa, the biggest economy, alone is coming with a stimulus package of 26 billion. In fact, for their SMEs, they're setting aside $5.5 billion. For new job creation, it is about $2 billion. For protection of job, it's about 5.5 billion. Egypt, which is the third economy, is coming with 12, and we're coming with 5. And these are nations with our less than our population. So where, for me, the question now, which is the fundamental question I'm supposed to speak of, is the position of the professionals post-COVID-19. My answer to that, or my contribution to that, is that if you look at where we're coming from, the reason why we are in this precarious situation we find ourselves was non-involvement of competent and professionals in our formulation of our policies and implementation. And if there's any time for our country to look at where we're going and show, which has shown clear that our compass is not showing the right direction. It is now. This is the time to bring to the fore and bring on board competent professionals that can help the government to craft a proper direction, follow it religiously. The reason why our economy is not working today is that over the years, the economy is not productive. It was a consumption economy, an unplanned consumption economy where there's no production. So you have people making money, living above their means without contributing anything. This is time to change it. And like last week I said, it has to start from local government. Everybody now has to be productive. The government has now to turn around the economy from being consumption to being productive. We now need to formulate a very articulated and coordinated fiscal and monetary policies that will be rigorously implemented and monitored. A massive government-backed policies and stimulus for SMEs to grow. That is the way you can create jobs and everything. And that's where the professionals comes in. We now have to invest in education aggressively. Invest in education aggressively. Work hard to reduce poverty. And ensure that things are done in the right direction. Above all, my conclusion is so, this is time to cut the cost of governance aggressively. The present cost of governance is unacceptable. We now need to cut the cost and use the resources to invest in critical areas of development, especially the knowledge economy, which is imbibed in education. And these are areas where we need to grow and do it aggressively. Other countries that are doing this, it's not a rocket science. Countries that are doing it, and we can see what is happening in those countries and how well they're doing. If you look at some of the countries that I mentioned before, using as an example, from Indonesia to Bangladesh to Philippines, there you see Ethiopia, even Ethiopia in Africa, they'll have a growth of over 6% annually, which is where we should be driving to be able to create opportunities and jobs, especially for our youth today that are unemployed and unproductive in their productive age. So this is just my introduction and contribution. The professionals now need to be hands-on, be involved. I know our politics, you can say, how are we going to get involved? Well, this is the time to insist on being involved. We need to do things in the right way, like every other person is doing. That's my initial contribution. Thank you for the opportunity. I work for the interactive sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Obi, for that wonderful expert and professional insight. We really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. We know that you made some special arrangements just to be here, so we definitely appreciate your contribution. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Now, before we move on to our next speaker, I would like to give you a brief roadmap, so to speak, of the structure of the conference today. We have 7 exciting sessions during this conference. Each speaker and panel groups will have a set time to speak, followed by a few minutes of questions. You will be able to ask questions through the question and answer function in Zoom, and I or one of the moderators will pose your questions to the panelists or speakers. I will also act as a timekeeper or as one of the timekeepers for this event. to help you stay, or to help us stay on schedule and agenda. We have 20 minutes, we will have a 20-minute break where you will hear some words from our sponsors and visit some of the events. We have some great prizes to give away at the end of the conference for those who stay with us. You will learn more about them during the break and throughout the conference. And finally, we would like to thank our sponsors, NLP, Legend, Al-Ghazali, promoters of Adams Ikoyi Estates, and also a big thanks to all our donors for making all their donations to making this event happen. Thank you very much. Now, moving on, our next speaker has worked across a wide range of organizations in the private and public sector, including corporations, government agencies, educational institutions, and nonprofit entities. He's known for his expert and knowledgeable contributions on issues ranging from conflict resolution and community development to national security. He is also, he does have a collaborative approach and creative problem solving to complex and sensitive issues of legal, community, and policy matters. And he's well known and praised in this area. Currently, he is serving as the Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning in Bauchi State. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Aminu Gamawa to the 4th Annual PEEF Conference. Thank you for joining us, Doctor.
Thank you, Ahmed, and distinguished participants, particularly His Excellency Peter Obi and other previous speakers for creating time to participate in this conversation. I would like to start by commiserating with all Nigerians for the current disturbances that we are seeing in some parts of the country. I honestly think this is a moment of self-reflection for all Nigerians, because the question we will all ask is, how did we find ourselves where we are today? A lot of the points and issues that I have wanted to raise actually have been raised by the previous speakers. So I don't want to bore you with repetition, but rather I will focus more on the issues that have not yet been discussed. Ahmed, I see you want me to turn on my video. You cannot see where I am. Please allow me not to show my video because I am jumping out of another meeting that is happening now in Abuja to participate in this one because it's very important. So I'm operating from my car actually. We are transport.
That is completely understood, Doctor. We understand the technology and your busy
schedule. We are at Transcorp, and what we are discussing at Transcorp actually is Vision 2050 for Nigeria, and also a new economic development plan for the country for the next 4 years. And so certainly something is happening now. And the good thing about the composition of this work is that there is representation across party lines to ensure sustainability, among other things. Even though the government I represent is in PDP, the event is being organized by an APC-led government. So I think one of the first things we need to remember when we think of putting Nigeria first is that we have to operate sometimes above partisan division or other sentiments that usually comes up to divide Nigerians. I think that is one thing that is missing in our planning and implementation over the years. Every new government wants to start things afresh, and then there is no policy continuity, there is no institutional memory, among other things. So that being said, I would like to say that as someone who was in the classroom before joining the government, one thing I will tell you is that reform looks easier from outside. When you join the government, and I'm not making excuses for the government officials that have failed, many of them actually wanted to see change, but because the way the system is designed, the way the system is equipped is not actually designed to function. So there is a systemic problem that we have in the country, which is serves as a handicap for our creativity and for our ability to implement policies the way they should be. In 30 years from now, according to the UN, that is by 2050, our population will be 417 million, meaning that Nigeria will be the third most populous country in the world. The interesting thing is that 67% of this population of 417 million will be under 35 years. And 62% of them will be within the working age, meaning that they will look for a job in order to survive. And even before we reach that year, you can see that part of the instability we are seeing in many parts of the country has to do with the fact that the government and the country as a whole is unable to prepare for the growth in the population that we are seeing daily. Whenever there is growth in population, as we are witnessing in Nigeria, it is going to cause a lot of disruptions, particularly in social amenities, be it hospitals, be it schools. There will be also pressure in our infrastructure, food security, land, water, natural resources, human capital, and jobs. So what we are dealing with in many parts of Nigeria, and if you want to understand the problem of Nigeria, it's not enough to look at Nigeria as a whole. You need to look at the subnational level, because there are some states that are truly doing great things and things are improving. And there are states that can do better, and each state has its own comparative advantages and disadvantages. So we need to keep that into consideration. And with all this in the picture, what we are seeing is that there are so many factors. And the major takeaway is that environmentally, things are worsening, particularly if you go up north, particularly in the northeast. There are so many climate related issues that are happening, like deforestation, which is pushing people to move. Even the so-called harder farmer conflict is actually rooted in the fact that many of the herdsmen that were up in the north are looking for greener pasture, and there was no proper planning on actually how to encourage and how to also plan for the coexistence of these farmers and these herders. Both are important in the area of the agriculture. So that is one. And even the Boko Haram conflicts, the Lake Chad, if you see the Lake Chad over the years, the water there is declining almost every year. And about 10 million people in that area are farmers and benefit from it. And that is directly affecting their livelihood. So there are climate and environment related challenges that we are facing. And then, of course, you look at our population, because of lack of urban planning and planning generally, you see floods, erosion, and rising sea level, extreme weather conditions. These are all environmental issues that have implications on the economy. And of course, I talked about the population and our demography, how things are changing. Our population is becoming young and younger, and they are asking questions regarding opportunities for them, particularly those that are from the poor background. They feel like they don't have a future, and that is why it is easy for them to be recruited for any cause, and it is easy for them when the anger accumulated for them to explode, and nobody can control them when we reach that stage. And that is why it is in our interest and national security interest to address the economic situation in the country. And of course, the other important issue is security. There cannot be any meaningful economic growth or economic development without security. And we now know that the country is more insecure than it was 20, 30 years ago, or even 10 years ago. the key issues of kidnapping, bandits, Boko Haram, and many other criminal activities that are going on in the country. So lack of insecurity has a tremendous impact, a negative impact on the economy. One, it chases away investors, and also even the local businesses get affected. The local business get affected by insecurity. And of course, the combined effect of all this leads to a rapid urbanization. People in the rural area want to move to the urban area, and you see a rapid increase in population. And if I may use Bauchi, my state, as an example, we have seen dramatic increase in the size of the population of Bauchi metropolis because of the insecurity that is happening in our neighboring states. We share borders with almost 8 states, 7 states specifically. And in this state, some of them were affected by the Boko Haram insurgency, some by communal clash, and they move into Bauchi, and that increases the burden in our infrastructure, our schools, our hospitals, among other things. And that is why the point made by His Excellency Peter Obi is important here. Even before COVID-19, Nigeria's economy was in bad shape. And as the doctors informed us, COVID, even as a disease, as a virus, does more damage to people with pre-existing condition and with comorbidities. So Nigeria's economy has pre-existing condition and comorbidities even before the outbreak of COVID-19. And that was why the damage caused by the outbreak of COVID was very, very severe. And if I may use Bauchi as an example, many of our population actually rely on daily subsistence. They go on daily basis outside to work before they are able to feed their family. Imagine asking these people to stay for 3 weeks without coming out and having a huge family to feed. That was how some that have limited capital actually spend their capital. And now that the economy the country is trying to open the economy, some of them don't even have the capital to go back to their normal business. And access to capital in Nigeria is a huge problem. So one of the points that I would like to make is that we cannot grow as a country and thrive in comparison with those countries mentioned by Peter Obi if we rely on the government as the major creator of jobs, and if we don't encourage the private sector to thrive. As it is now, the private sector in most places, particularly in the north, which has a very huge population, is still informal, is still disorganized, and does not actually encourage some of the so-called patronages by the government of access to credit. So access to credit in Nigeria, even for people who are educated, have business plan, is a Herculean task. And you know that the reason why the US and other countries are ahead is because they are able to create a thriving private sector that employs more people, and they create an educational sector that train more people that will become entrepreneurs, and create jobs, not people who will graduate and be looking for jobs. So the issues are many. And I think the starting point is to understand the problem. And when you understand the problem, then you can now think of coming up with solutions. And then specifically, I was asked to talk about the role of professionals. Before I delve into that, what I will say is that apart from these internal factors, there are other external factors as well. Things like advancement in science and technology, the shift in the use of energy from relying on oil to many other alternative sources of energy. And Nigeria is predominantly relying on oil. And we have seen the implications of that whenever the price of oil drops. And of course, we have seen also cases of increase in migration and globalization. Now there is so much competition that if you want to thrive in the country, you have to be more innovative and you have to be more creative. So the question now is, with all these challenges, what role can the professionals play? I think my first answer is to say that for the economy to improve, the government has to take the right decisions and put the right policies in place. As it is now, many of the people controlling our decision making do not have the capacity. So the attitude that some professionals have that government is a dirty thing, I wouldn't come close to it, I would like to touch it even with a fall, has to change, because if we don't have credible, competent people with integrity in governance, then the wrong policy choices will be continued to be made, and the system will continue to drag down the private sector and other sectors of the economy. So my first suggestion is to say that professionals should not shy away from joining politics and from taking up public service appointment. It is not lucrative. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. I know, I mean, you and I have had a number of conversations on a couple of these types of issues. And as you can imagine, given the circumstances with the virtual nature of this, we tend to run out of time fairly quickly. And especially when we get into an exciting discussion and conversation such as yours. I do have my next speakers actually lined up and
no problem, Ahmed. You are very polite for telling me that I've exhausted my time. I really appreciate this. And that is to tell you that we need to have a lengthy conversation on this, and we have to bring all voices on board. But I think this is a very important meeting, and I think we hope something concrete will come out of it that will benefit both the public and the private sector and our country as a whole. I really appreciate the opportunity to share some of my random thoughts. I will share what was the original plan of the presentation with you, because I didn't share that because some of the points have already been preempted by the earlier presenters, and that is why I just made this a much more try to provoke and raise more issues rather than just present it. Thank you.
Absolutely, not a problem. Please forward that to me, and I'll make sure we share it on our website, PEEF-STG.org. I think people will find it very useful to see the rest of the information that you've put together. And once again, thank you so much for your contribution and for your practical solutions to this event. And we'll certainly look forward to continuing this conversation. Now, up next is a panel discussion led by Mr. Paul Alaje. This discussion will be moderated by my colleague, Dr. Ken Nairobi, where they will be addressing financial planning and implementation challenges during and post-COVID pandemic. Ken, I'll let you introduce your panelists for this morning.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, actually, Mr. Paul, I believe you have the floor. And Ken will be there. Dr. Ken will be helping us to moderate your conversation.
Okay, thank you very much, Ahmed, and welcome everyone to this first panel session. My name is Ken Nairobi. I'm a registered member of the PEEF and a member of the conference planning team. The topic of this panel session is addressing financial planning and implementation challenges during and post the pandemic. And like Ahmed has said, we have a panel of distinguished experts and professional leaders. The lead speaker will be Mr. Paul Alaje. Paul is a seasoned economist and a finance and investment expert, business economic consultancy professional as well. He's a senior partner of at SPM Professionals, a fellow of the International Management Consultants Board of the US. Also on the panel is Mr. Chukwuka Chukwuma, who is an experienced banker, is actually an expert in investment banking and the venture capital management professional, a key player in that industry. He's currently a senior partner at Racecourse Capital, Texas, USA, and he will be in the panel as well. The third member of the panel is Malam Salihu Ahmed Ali Shatta, who has had a very successful career in research and training in the banking sector. He's a prime mover of Sali Consulting Limited. Mr. Ali Shatta is a member of the Executive Management Committee of this organization. So you're all welcome, gentlemen. Let me briefly describe the process for this panel session. We'll start with the lead presenter, Mr. Laje, making his presentation for about 6 to 7 minutes. And then we'll ask the other panelists to also make their contributions. And after that, we go into a question and answer session where we'll take questions from the participants. For this purpose, I would request that you can kindly post your questions on the chat box so that we'll be able to put them forward to the panelists as appropriate. Thank you very much. And I now invite Mr. Laje to take the floor. Paul?
Yeah, thank you so very much for having me. Good morning, everybody. I want to thank the organizer for inviting me once again. I'd like to ask if the organizers could help share the slides, or if I can share it so I can talk without the slides. Moderator, Mr. Ken?
Okay.
Sure, Mr. Paul. Let's see if we can get that slide off. Do you have the slide in front of you? Let's see if IT can get your slide, or you can do it. There we go. Perfect.
Yes, got it.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so very much once again. So this morning we'll be looking at, sorry, let me get back there. Sorry, a minute. Okay, so I don't know if you can see the first page. Hello?
Yes, we're able to see it.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just run through it. In today's unending competitive global marketplace and establishment, company and organization are under threat of market irrelevance, financial crunch, and disruptive innovation. And now there's a new twist to all of this, which of course is the pandemic, and it has dovetailed into a global recession. As we speak, Nigeria is currently on minus 6.10% negative growth rate, of course, GDP growth rate. And of course, economic watchers has also predicted that in these coming period, that's third quarter ended last month, we're also going to have a negative growth rate, which we confirm that our economy is in a recession. Now, with recessions are some things that are very, very important for our financial planning. I understand that a number of persons already on this platform are at this conference, they are professionals themselves, and I know that some of us have already started some level of financial planning or the other. Now, every time we have a recession, there's something that seems to accompany for our country. It is currency manipulation or currency depreciation, or what central bank would rather call currency adjustment. And for those of us who have been watching the economy, particularly monetary component, you see that since 2000 till date, exchange rate has not been the same. Even at times where we have not had a recession, that is negative growth twice, but there have been economic challenges, exchange rate has not been the same. The truth is that exchange rate will not be the same because of many factors. I won't have enough time to talk about them, but as this presentation in the next 2-3 minutes, I hope I'll be able to talk about it. So this is our cycle. Foundation, we have foundation, we have life planning, and we have, of course, succession plan. Many organizations are not successful after the MD or the CEO of the organization decide to hand over to another person because of no succession plan. It starts with personal thing. You know, from age 1 to 24, you're expected to have had meaningful, substantial education, of course, to get you to another level. Then you go to young adults between 20 to 30, 24 to 30, and of course, you expect to be a mature adult, and that's just to build background to all of this. And you can see the slide I'm showing now is showing what is expected of us at within the different age brackets. And you can study that. I've made this available. I hope the organizers will share this with us so that we can study for our personal consumption. So when are you supposed to pay taxes? When are you supposed to develop your career? This is not a cast in stone. It's not the same for all humans, but this is an average, and that is why I'm sharing this with us. So what is financial planning? It is the process through which an individual moves towards meeting personal and financial goals. Remember, it is you want to achieve goals. So financial planning is that goal, the goals you want to achieve through development and implementation of comprehensive financial plans. I am worried because what we can all relate to is our country. Why we are at this point today is because in the last 5 years, we have committed less than 30% to of our fiscal life to capital expenditure, which of course is investment. The remaining 70% has been consumption. And Nigeria might even be better off than many of us. If I ask you today, what proportion of your income, of your earning, have you separated from what you consume? What proportion? What percentage? So many persons have answered me in conferences to say, oh, what I even earn is not enough. There are how to answer, make what you earn be enough and more than enough. I hope I will have time to answer that. So we said in general, financial planning is a series of steps taken by individual for planning his or her future. So if you want to have a future, you need to create it by planning for it. It involves planning and directing individual resources to grow and accumulate assets so that financial goals of an individual, that's yourself or myself in this situation, can be achieved within pre-decided time. Now, this is so very important. I'm sure we all know about SMART that ends in time bound. When do you want to achieve it? When do you want to achieve it? If you have a plan, you might be shocked that you really don't need to stay in service for 65 years, that many people are clamoring for now, 60 years. It depends on the plan and how achievable your plan is. So financial planning is a complex process which needs knowledge and time. Two important things, knowledge and time. So there are 6 steps to a great financial planning and implementation. The first one is establish the goal. So for people that are listening and participating in this conference today, what do you want to achieve in your finances in the next 10 years? What do you want to achieve? In the next 20 years, what do you want to achieve? The truth is that with the way we plan our economy, you need to plan outside it. I live here and I have seen all manner of things within our economy, but I can tell you that when there is economic crisis, it does not mean that Naira or dollar have disappeared from Nigeria. No, what it means is that people who have planned more resources, more funding are left the pocket of those who have not planned to their pocket. And permit me to use myself as example here. In 2014, we all saw imminent recession coming our way. That was the time myself and my team, we put together an organization called Arit and Paul. Today in FCT is among the top 5 because we noticed that organization at the end of the recession, the first thing they want to look at is how to put their product and brand on the mind of people. Because the competition in FCT was not strong, we positioned ourselves to capture the market. And that was the plan. So we started separating income, earnings from other sources to target that business. And of course, it became a reality. And we are there today, even beyond FCT to Port Harcourt, to Lagos, and so many other places. That is the beauty of plan. You need to plan a future you have not planned for, you cannot enter into. Apart from established goal, you need to gather data, analyze these data, develop data, implement data, and monitor. Analyze data, develop a plan, implement the plan, and monitor the plan. So I hope that even though I may not be able to complete these 28 slides because of 6 to 7 minutes given, I hope you get you can also pick this up. So let's look at the first one. The purpose of establishing the goal or relationship is to form the foundation or purpose for planning itself. So why do you want to have a plan? Financial planners do this by asking an open-ended question. So which are questions that cannot be answered by simple yes or no, because they are an open-ended question. So for instance, let's look at some questions that are important you ask, or if you are working as a team, you ask your team. And by the way, you can apply this to organization, even beyond yourself alone. What are your feelings about investing in stocks? What are your feelings about investing in stocks? So do you think why do you think, or why do you feel that way? Why do you think about it? Why are you feeling that way about stock? Do you think stock will give you the kind of returns you're expecting? Okay, so what do you know about the relationship between NPR and fixed income market? NPR is monetary policy rate. I can share this with us also that the central bank, the monetary policy committee just reviewed NPR from 13.5%, 12.5%, now to 11.5%. What does that mean? Central Bank of Nigeria, as a component of our monetary policy committee, is looking at how to help Nigeria grow. So rather than focusing on the core mandate of inflation and exchange rate and all those, decided to reduce interest rate. What that means is the stock market, we have a lot of people that wants to take their money off the fixed income market, which involves treasury bills, bonds, and so on and so forth, and put their money in that market. And you saw that when central bank took that decision last month, a lot of investment went straight into stock market. So there was a major surge from a market whose capitalization was low. It increased by almost 2 trillion because of that singular decision. What if you know the relationship? The moment Monetary Policy Committee made a policy, what you would have done is to place your money so that as more people are buying stocks, the value of your share will keep increasing. So you may not be able to do this. I heard that we have an investment banker who, of course, you might liaise with, or someone who, or talk to your stockbroker to help you make the right decision. What are some of your earliest memories and resulting experiences of financial planning? How did you start? Have you ever had a financial plan before? I understand that there are financial planners all around the place that is helping, many of which are currently promising very low interest rate for people, 1%, 2%, as the case may be. I'm not sure we have the time. I love to exhaust a lot of questions here, but we still have the critical part. So you need to gather data. So for instance, we're saying the relevant data you gather is required to make recommendations for the appropriate strategy. So the purpose of gathering data, you ask questions at first, then because of the question you've asked, you need to gather relevant data and consider for how long you want to invest, for how long your plan will last. So gather the data that are useful, and there are a lot of data that you can gather. Look at the second point. They say also, how long are you, they say, how far long are you in your goal? Do you have any money saved yet? Do you have life insurance, treasury bills, bond, commercial papers? Do you have a will? Have you written a will? Do you have children? If so, what are their ages? These are questions, these are things you should gather that are data within your space. And that is what will make your financial plan to be different from another person, because we are unique as human beings. We are not the same. So I have an example here. I hope you pick up. So let's analyze the data. So if you gather, this is so very important, please. If you have gathered the relevant data, now you can analyze that data. Continuing the retirement plan. For example, in step 2, the data you've gathered can help you arrive at some basic assumption. Let us assume you have 30 years until retirement. So this is an assumption. So you may not follow this assumption. Consider the number of years that you have before you retire, whether you work in the private sector, and if you own your organization, how many years do you have to hand over the organization to another person until your retirement? So if you've already saved 5 million naira and you expect it to grow at 8% per annum. So that's your return on investment. So how you say, how can you save, you can save 25,000 per month going forward at 8%. And what will that give you in the next 30 years? What will that result to in the next 30 years if you continue to save? So this is now will lead you into developing.
Can I just ask that you try and summarize so that we can keep to the time? Thank you.
Okay. I know time is not my friend. Okay, so I'll round up shortly. So let's say you need 100 million naira to reach your goal. The previous assumption that I shared step 3, which is analyze data, where you made, let's say, 10 million naira, and you can handle it, if you can undo or take more market risk. So if you want to take more market risk, or you want to increase the percentage of risk, say, let me do 10%. Recall that the higher the rate returns on your investment, the higher the risk. And by saying that, I mean, you may put your money in stock market today or invest in stock, and you can see there's a lot of demand. Because of demand, what you invested, the value of your shares, that is 2 naira, may become 10 naira. But if you invest, because it's also volatile, it could also be 1 kobo if there are no demand for it, based on what it is. Are you speaking with me, sir? Hello?
Go ahead, Mr. Paul. It sounds like there's something.
Yeah, just go on and please summarize so that we can keep to time.
Okay, so if you compare that with treasury bills and bonds, the bills and bonds today, because of current economic quagmire, are so very low. But this is the very important thing I need to share with you. I'm not advising you to or not to do it. Studies have shown that every 5 to 8 years, naira emaciates. Every 5 to 8 years, naira emaciates in value. So how do you want to keep your money? Keep it in naira, which is fine, but so many other persons that have made this study and understood that naira will depreciate in 5 to 10 years, we're experiencing one, have decided not to keep their money in naira, simply because in the next 5-10 years, all they've gathered and saved will emaciate. So following this example, it tells you, if you want to invest at that rate, when are you going to grow your income from, say, 10 million to, I beg your pardon, 100 million to 120 million, or from 10 million to 120 million in 30 years? I've already given what percentage will lead to that because I don't have the time. But the most important part is, how do you implement, which is the second part of this conversation. And implementation is so very important. Implementing the plan means you are putting your plan to work. You might have all the plans, they are just there. If you don't implement it, it's just as good as writing a thesis or not taking major decisions. I've given an example of where you could put your money. Equity, which you talk about stock, you might want to put your money in debt market. You may also want to keep your money liquid. You may want to put it in gold. You may want to keep your money in real estate. So these are examples. I'm not saying this is the way it must be, but by all means, I've seen people who over-invested. They invested almost everything they have, and they find it challenging to have a living. And after that, you need to monitor what you have invested. It is so very important. Please read through the slide because of time. And there are so many challenges with all of this forecasting error. And many persons, I did not see analysts and those who forecast to tell us we will have pandemic in year 2020, in 2018. So if you are in 2018 and you are projecting for 20, and this has not, and you did not make this provision, you also need to be flexible, because you do not control everything. There are some variables that are exogenous, that are outside your control. So you need to adjust when the time comes, and you know you don't have control over all of those. So I want us to please read some of these, and I believe that it will help us. Maybe I will take some questions so that some of the things I have, I could respond to them by answering people's questions directly. Thank you so very much. So sorry I took a lot of time.
Yeah, thanks very much, Paul. And indeed, the questions will give you opportunity to maybe bring up some of the points that haven't been stated. So let's quickly move on to the next panelist with Mr. Chukuma. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning. It's morning here. It's 5 a.m. here. Good morning, everyone. I like everything that was said by Mr. Paul Alaje. I think that, sound financial plan is very important. I mean, when I turned 40 quite a few years ago now, one of the things I put in place was a will. I think that from a financial planning perspective, a will is a very good way to begin to really lay out your, think about asset allocation, especially as you move into the next half of your life. And I think that when I think of the participants here on the call and just people in general, I think that not enough is done to actually think of, retirement and the future, and especially when you have children, going to school, whether locally or internationally, a lot of those things are expensive. The other thing that I didn't hear about was obviously on the health side. It's very difficult to know how your life will be in terms of being well or sick. But the point is, you have to plan beyond the actual health insurance and stuff. Beyond that, you have to actually put some money aside, because certain pre-existing conditions may not actually be covered. But in the current situation that we're in, just given, the current environment with COVID, I think you can see very clearly that no matter how much you can't save enough, basically, right? It's a cautionary tale to everyone, because, countries across the world, everybody has their own unique problems, and not anyone is able to really help the next person. So there's a need for you to have actually put quite a bit aside for a time like this, when there's so many challenges. COVID, even before COVID for Nigeria, we're already in an implosion of sorts in terms of managing our financings badly and having spent a lot of our monies. And so as a country, you can imagine we had all these, a need for significant loans to be able to finance even salaries, even current expenditure, let alone, we didn't do enough when we were supposed to, when we had the good years. We didn't do enough on the, capital projects, things like the rail in Lagos, which was supposed to move 3 million people a day. If we had just pushed through on that and finished that alone would have helped, our infrastructure, but as a business in this current environment, you have to go back to your business plan. You have to reassess every single thing, and you have to make it compliant to the new world. Vision is born and experience is dying. And why do I say that? You've seen what has happened in the financial services sector in Nigeria recently. A company which most people may not have heard of, called Paystack, surprising to a lot of the older generation, sold for $200 million. And people scratched their head and they were probably wondering, okay, if this is a financial services company and you went to the Nigerian Stock Exchange, how many companies there are worth $200 million? Which banks? Is it FCMB? Is it Wema Bank? How much of value, even though those banks have been on 6-7 decades, how much value is in those companies? And it's because we're entering a new era of a new normal, a new environment where these young people can make businesses that are very, very big. And as it relates to financial planning, there's a need for you to begin to invest. It amazes me how every time there's an exit in these tech sectors, there's almost no Nigerian that has given these young people money. So from a financial planning perspective, I think everybody owes it to themselves to begin to invest in some of these young people, in their ideas, because ultimately those ideas may yield more than your old bank shares and sort of known companies that you've known for a very long time. and telco shares and things like that that people are more used to because they can see the business and see what they do. But so I just wanted to mention some of those points. I think if we get pointed questions, then we can be more specific. But I think that yes, the topic is very important, just given where we are. Just in passing, there's a couple of last points. So diversification is key within the context of when you're doing your financial planning. You have to, as Mr. Alaje, articulated, you have to be diversified in currency because you can see that, there's tier one currencies like the US dollar and pound. You should definitely look for those assets in addition to whatever it is you're doing with tier two and tier three countries like ours. The Naira has failed so many people. Even if you had this 100 million or guy you were talking about, even if you had the 100 million, 100 million in before the 2014, 150 to, sorry, before the 2008, 150 to 130, then you have the 2014 moving to 200 and something. Now we don't know where we're going, but we know we're around 450. So even the 100 million, it sounds like a nice number. If you told me that number, maybe in early 2000s. But if we enter another 2-3 years now, I don't know whether the 100 million is going to be sufficient. I think there's a lot of adjustments to be made. And when you look at it, I mean, savings rate is only 1.25%. Treasury bills have fallen to 6%, inflation is still 12.85. So that means you have to make more money than inflation. Otherwise, you're losing money, So it behooves you to actually look for interesting investments like on the venture capital side, which is why I like that place, right? Because you can get multiples on multiples of your money when you do an exit 3 to 5 years out. So I'll stop there and then we can have more pointed questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Chachooks, especially for this other perspective about strategizing even in the course of your financial planning. So let's get to Alaji Shatta for his own contribution.
Okay.
Alaji?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to say that Mr. Alaje has shown that he's really an expert in finance and investments generally. And he started by letting us know that people in our society take arbitrary actions rather than planning, and therefore emphasize that in an organized and a formal environment, planning is key. And in saying so, he says in managing investments, in managing organizations, that you need experts and not people who, by the way, or by reason of one form of action or a sentiment you just put, that you require people who are experts to assist you and support you to manage. And he also emphasized that our country, the economy is unstable. And that is why we require people who are good, people who are worth their onions to take charge of our businesses. Then in emphasizing financial plans, he says, because it is at the point of planning that you set your goals. And there are 3 good you must, in planning, there are 3 good steps that you need to take. Which goals should be pursued? How should the goal be pursued? And how should resources be allocated? So in saying this, he also emphasized, because of the nature of the economy we have, the environment we have, we need to plan outside our economy and not restrict ourselves solely, so that in the event of a fallout, you could have somewhere to take cover. And he mentioned a situation where he did in FCT to take over and become one of the best 5 there. He says he took up the advantage that he found that the place that particular thing was not particularly active. And what he has done is emphasizing that we need to compete with situation, not individual or group. So he competed with situation he found in the environment, and he's emerging as one of the strong ones there today. And in saying this, he says, in all of this, when you talk of investments, you need data. And when you have data, you have to capture them when you capture data, you need to analyze the data. And that this will help you a lot in making you have a situation that you can have an evidence-based decision-making, fact-based management, and evidence-based accountability. And again, he says, yes, investment, you should invest, but you must not over-invest. And you must not over-invest because you can go and invest in a particular kind of area, and that could have problems later. So you may have to spread, but of course you have to investigate. And investing, once you have invested, that you must take it upon yourself to also ensure that you monitor your investments. And he says, even you need to forecast, you need to anticipate what could happen and what may not happen, that we cannot be exact about it. And because of the fact that some of the variables are extraneous to us, we can't see it in a rocket science. It's not a rocket science. So they are just kind of assumptions that we draw. And therefore, we must be careful not to rely completely on it, because we lack control of what we forecast or project or think might happen in the future. And in saying this, I would like to say that I am full of this presentation, even though he hadn't enough time, but he had made good use of the available time for his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alhaji Ali. That was interesting. I mean, you talked, one of the things that I think we should all note is the fact that you could get a support. You know, you should look for support, you know, to help you in this process of financial planning. Thanks, everyone. So let's move to the question and answers. Because of time, we may not be able to take all the questions that have come in, but at least two of them we should try and look at. The first one, I think, should go to Paul. It says, this is from Stella. It says that as a low-income earner, your salary is barely enough to sustain you. How do you plan your finance? So Paul, can you respond to this?
Yeah, thank you so very much. I'd like to use myself as an example. When I left the university, the first job I got, the salary was very poor, very low, but I also had no experience. So I needed the salary. I had a very young family, and the monies were not coming. So what I asked myself, I spoke with my wife that we need to ask ourselves some very basic questions. 4 of them. The question helped us even now that we have better financial status. The first question was, what is it that if we don't buy, we will die? We wrote it down. What is it that if we don't buy, we will fall sick? We wrote it down. What is it that if we don't buy, our performance in the marketplace will reduce? We wrote it down. What is it that if we don't buy? The last question. What is that if we don't buy, our contribution in the marketplace will reduce? So when we answer those 4 questions, you know the truth, my salary that was so very small, very poor, was more than enough for us to keep 20% of everything that came in. So this is it. It is very easy to say, but I can tell you, if you can start it with 2%, if you can't do 20%, none of the question was, what is it that we don't buy? Our neighbor will laugh at us. What is it that we don't buy? The cars we drive. They were not part of the question. The question was, so that if you want to write down, Mrs. Stella or Miss Stella, what is it that if we don't buy, we will die? We wrote it down. What is it that if we don't buy, our value, what is it that if we don't buy, we'll die? What is it that if we don't buy, we'll fall sick? What is it that if we don't buy, our performance in the marketplace will reduce? What is it that if we don't buy, our value or contribution in the marketplace will reduce? We answered those 4 questions. We were very honest with ourselves and we faced them. That is not how we answer it for a lifetime. But to start your finance, particularly when your income is relatively low. So if you want to start a business and you're approaching a bank or you're approaching an investment advisor or you're approaching someone, they want to know, do you have a skin in the game? So if you don't have a skin in the game, you don't have previous savings you want to put into what you want them to give you, they will not give you the money because the risk is 100% on them. Everybody have idea. People say idea rules the world. I don't believe so. If I ask now on this platform, if you have an idea, raise up your hand. Everybody will raise their hand. But are you ruling the world? The answer is no. So ideas alone don't rule the world. So idea does, but ideas alone don't rule the world. So you need to get your skin in the game, answer those questions. Now, when you keep money, it is not investment yet, it's mere savings. You need to now deliberately invest the money. So if I meet you at a gas station, I say, hey, Miss Stella, I want to fill your tank. Don't worry, don't pay. And you go to the next supermarket and spend the money. You have not invested. You have actually not saved the money. You've only diverted from one expenditure to another. So you have to be very, very deliberate in investing the money in T-bills, treasury bill, in bonds, in giving to venture capitalists to invest for you, or giving to another organization, buying shares with an organization and so on. That's when you have invested the money. But please, all of these involve risks. You need to analyze the risk and be sure you are willing to take such risks. Thank you so very much. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. The next question, I think it should go to Chukwuka. So Bello is asking, due to various challenges that people are facing in planning for most things, what is your advice on the best sector of the economy to invest in?
And Chukwuka, before you answer that question, if you can keep it brief so we can get to the next session. I know time is of the essence. As a timekeeper, one of my challenges is making sure that people stay on schedule.
No problem. Sorry, Ken, just repeat again. Sectors of the economy.
What's the best sector of the economy that you advise to invest in?
Okay, right now, I think that e-health is a very good sector to be in. I think that we're going to be home for a while. So, I see Professor Patu told me here, LBS, everybody in the world that's an institution, they're all busy trying to do more online programs and trainings and things like that. So that's a big sector. If you have, see an opportunity there, that's a good one. Healthcare, whether it's diagnostic centers or testing centers or just anything healthcare, pharmacies, they're always good. I think I really like retail from the standpoint of food retail. We now know that food is the most important thing. And if you therefore have not like ShopRite big, but like smaller, retail operations across the country, that's very good. FinTech is excellent. When I was leaving banking I left Stanbic as a GM in 2011. And I remember when I was leaving, I was saying, these banks, these young children are going to finish them, because the technology side of banking, FinTech is so prolific, and we're beginning to see, it now. So the banks that are well positioned for technology, you can invest in them, but definitely FinTech is also a good space. The other one that is sleeping on a lot of people is actually on the media and entertainment side. There's a lot happening with studios, with equipment, especially given SVOD platforms' interest in Africa. So Netflix alone has said there'll be 7 movies, produced out of Nigeria. Who is going to produce those movies? Who has the equipment? You can invest in those guys now. Music as well. The entire creative industry is actually a very hot one, and it's globally relevant. So those are just some things. Because Ahmed has restricted my time, I'll stop there.
Okay, well, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Chukwuka.
And thank you, Paul, for sharing your presentation. Really appreciate it. And thanks to our great panelist and moderator, Dr. Ken. Now, obviously, we've had some really great, awesome, and active participation for our audience. And we have a lot of questions that people are expressing. I would love to give folks the opportunity to answer. But first, what I would like to say is, if you are a panelist, if you can answer some of the questions in our Q&A section, that will be great. Another thing that we can do, Dr. Ken, I was thinking perhaps during the polling section, because we have such active participation and a lot of people asking some really great questions, perhaps we can take the 10 minutes during the polling session to ask some of our panelists some of the really great questions. We do have some questions for Mr. Peter Obi, and Dr. Gamal, thank you for answering some of those questions also in the Q&A section. So if you hang in there with us, right after our next speaker, we will let that 10-minute go towards the presentation, go towards answering the questions. Our next speaker is a founding senior faculty of the Lagos Business School, Pan-Africa University. He has served in senior positions in government as an advisor to the President of Nigeria, the private sector, as Chief Operating Officer of Volkswagen of Nigeria, and in academia, he is the author of several management and public policy books, including the award-winning Managing Uncertainty, Competition, and Strategy in Emerging Economies. He is active in the international speaking circuit, especially on the subjects of economic growth and leadership. As an entrepreneur, he has founded and co-founded companies that are active in the fields including financial services, ICT, media, and agriculture. Please join me in welcoming Professor Patrick Utomi. Thank you, Professor, for joining us today.
Well, it's a great pleasure. I'm honored to be able to join you. I'd like, if you don't mind, by beginning with a question I was trying to pose for the last panel, because it's directly relevant to the conversation that I'm hoping.
Sure, please, go ahead.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
All
Yes,
right, thank
yes,
you.
please.
Yeah. And this question, I mean, Paul had a very safe, a nice remark about how the dollar or the naira loses value every 5 to 8 years. Very true, and all of that. It would then seem like the advice is keep your money in dollars or some other currency. But the question is, how do you grow this economy if all our money, all the value goes out of the naira? You know, back in the 1950s, there was a celebrated economist at Columbia called Ratnanoxe, and his mantra was capital is made at home. Capital flows are useful, but they're often stimulating. The capital that drives economic growth usually is built at home. And so I would rather take the point that Chuka is making, that to plan for tomorrow, I will look for the growth sectors, the economy sectors that will grow faster than inflation and depreciation of the naira. That's for me a better way to keep value than to take money out of naira. I am one of those who boast that I don't have a hut outside of Nigeria. I don't have money outside of Nigeria. It's not just a patriotic fervor thing, but it is because I think that if there's to be meaning to the desire to build this economy, we must be able to take risks in naira, but take the kind of risks that will outgrow so that we don't impoverish ourselves because we are being patriotic. I just thought that I should make that quick comment to begin my presentation, which is really supposed to be about inclusive growth. Let me just say quickly a number of things I'd like to cover. Thank you for sharing the screen there. In this conversation, I'd like to cover very quickly the sole subject of strategy and leadership. Does it matter? I'd like to cover the whole business of, look, who has gotten it right around the planet and what did they do to be able to build sustainable, inclusive growth that can lead to economic rejuvenation, and therefore came from where things were challenged to a point of more prosperity. And you will see very clearly that I'll speak to a number of Southeast Asian examples, speak to the Brazil example fairly quickly. Then I'll look at models of how you really make growth happen that we have tended to not travel by, unfortunately, in our country, and take from my own work in Southeast Asia in looking at the relationship between corporate strategy, business strategy, and national strategy, and how this has enabled investments to flow into certain sectors that have grown and kept the economy growing in a sustainable manner. I have two frameworks that I will introduce around which I've used to analyze these things. One is the strategy interface framework that as I call it. The second is the growth drivers framework. And both of them arose in very interesting and peculiar circumstances, especially during the 1990s when I was doing some research around the world and presentation at the World Economic Forum in 2000. And then I will look at current strategy debates. I'll go, and by the way, be mindful when we get to this point in the presentation. Auto edit got me there. I'll talk about Chang, Jiu Chang. It came out as change, so please correct that. I didn't get to correcting it before it was sent off. Chang at Cambridge, who talks about bad Samaritans and essentially focuses on industrial policy and allowing local industry to grow. And I'll compare with his quarrels with someone I aligned very closely with, Justin Lin. Justin Lin is a Chinese economist who served not long ago at the World Bank as a vice president, and generally speaks about latent comparative advantage as the basis for economic growth. And I tend to recommend that. So let me begin by saying that there is no question in my mind that leadership matters and that strategy matters. What is strategy? I mean, essentially, when we talk strategy, we're talking about taking the long-term view of things and making choices that would lead to other choices being made that can lead to a specific direction. The reason we all tend to gather and do a visioning thing and have a process is so that we can essentially be consistent, to have a roadmap that we can travel and get there. And to jump to the Southeast Asia examples, one of the clearest examples of how important that is for sustainable growth is perspective planning in South Korea. When the South Koreans, when they were much poorer than many of us, essentially said to themselves, where do we want global leadership in 30 years? We want to become global leaders in shipping. What do we do? And all the consequential decisions that can facilitate getting there are made. What happened to Nigeria? Why did we not travel such a track? A number of things. Effort was made, in my opinion, but the nature of change and regime change in Nigeria is such that, I mean, right now, I think one of the participants spoke about being in Abuja for this exercise, which Atedo is co-leading with the Minister of Finance. I generally ignored the process, not because it's not important, but because I've been on several of such processes in the past. I think that it's either that our leadership does those things to be seen to be doing things, or that they do it and the next one just wants to ignore. And I can be very frank and give a specific example. I was not involved with the Abacha 2010 process, partly because I was not a great fan of the regime, partly because I was out of the country on sabbatical leave. I was that season away on sabbatical in the US. But I respected and valued the work that the Vision 2010 process did. When General Obasanjo was running in 1998, I ended up sort of chair of his policy advisory team. And I said to him, look, we've got some road travel map that you can follow. Vision 2010. And he said, that thing that Shoneko and Abacha did, put it in one side. I even went as far as when President Carter was visiting, smuggling a conversation in a private conversation with President Carter and saying, look, there's a document we can follow. Then General Obasanjo had just been elected. He had not been sworn in. Can you please tell him that he can follow that track? And I told him the Vision 2010 story. And I said, what's wrong with the book? Just change the cover of the book. So my joke was change the cover of the book. But as we know, that did not happen. And so whenever I see these exercises come again in Nigeria, I just go, I think I have better things to do with my time, unfortunately, sadly. Anyhow, the point to make is that strategy matters. And leadership matters relative to strategy because it's leaders that drive strategy. Let me just move on because I have so much more. If the, where are the examples of leadership and strategy orientations that have procured economic rejuvenation? We all know the story of how even at the World Bank level, they were ignoring what was going on with industrial policy and real growth in Southeast Asia until Japan forced the World Bank Group, literally speaking, to do the study in the 80s that turned out to be known as the Southeast Asia Miracles Study. The fundamental ideas I already mentioned Park in South Korea, and how industrial planning, in which they protected certain sectors to grow. The point that Ye Chang at Cambridge tends to recommend, and essentially is at the heart of his book, Bad Samaritans. It's a policy that worked. The problem I see in our experience is that when we tried, for example, the policy of import substitution industrialization, we were not, if you will, able to stay consistent with the travel track, and we just created permanent infant industries across our country because of the kind of protection that was an across the board protection following the Prebisch thesis on import substitution industrialization. The Koreans, the Hong Kong people, the Southeast Asia area generally recognize the need to transit from import substitution industrialization into import-led industrialization, and we see where it did get them. Industrial policy helped them generally. However, my thesis is that if we stay with that strategy, we will continue to have permanent infant industry. So I have thought modification in terms of the path we should travel. What I will close with in arguing is that essentially what makes sense today is to take value chains in which we can be globally dominant because of our endowments. If we have people eating soup all over Benue State made out of sesame seed, why don't we just create plantations of sesame seed, and instead of just soup, process sesame seed, let the education of the kids growing up around there focus on how you can do things around sesame seed, and you can have multiple ventures developing around sesame seed, and we dominate a global value chain, ensuring that all those McDonald's hamburgers in Europe, for example, you can choose not to go to the American market or whatever. Take a specific market that will target. 20 years from now, we want 80% of the sesame seed on the bun on the McDonald's hamburger in Europe to come from Benue State in Nigeria. And that kind of limited industrial policy, which is the so-called latent comparative advantage approach, will help us consistently grow things. Obviously, I've given the example of South Korea. Singapore's Lee Kuan Yew, and is even a more interesting story, because whenever I hear all these quarrels in Nigeria about resource control and sharing money and all of that, I just get so depressed, because oil does not anybody make rich. In fact, the people who have consistently, of course, the research has shown that resource poor developing countries have grown faster than resource rich ones, because the elite, as they do in Nigeria, focus on fighting and sharing to share this money, whereas people apply themselves and grow. The case of Singapore is classic. Singapore had no resources at all. The natural entrepot was the only quote-unquote resource that they really had, which was why they were desperate to be part of the federation with Malaysia. But when they were ejected in '65 from that federation, they put on their thinking cap. Most of you have read Lee Kuan Yew's Third World, from First World to Third World to the First memoirs, so I don't need to go through that story for you. And they put in that thinking cap on, we now have one of the most thriving economies in the world, in Singapore. And of course, its impact on their neighbors. I like to talk often of K.S. Jomo's work, Southeast Asia's Misunderstood Economic Miracle. When people were trying to rationalize what happened in Singapore and everywhere, Jomo Sundaram, a Malaysian economist, I think he may be back in Yale, I don't know where he may be now, but I met him many years ago. K.S. Jomo's book about the misunderstood economic miracle said essentially what happened in the region was simple. I mean, the guys in Malaysia looked across the border and saw what the people they rejected were doing and said, wait a minute. And then the other neighbors, Thailand and this, so all of them began to flock in a direction, the so-called flying geese hypothesis. Now, a different example comes from Brazil, where, for example, Brazil was the permanent potential in the 70s. When I started out as a young grad student in the late 70s, my interest was Latin America. And I got fed up with how Brazil was floundering, Argentina was declining, and all of that. That was when my interest turned to Southeast Asia. But what happened in later years, I don't think I have the time on this program to go through an almost personal story on Cardoso that I had the privilege of engaging him on. But we all know that Cardoso committed intellectual economic suicide, literally, from being the father of the dependistas, dependency theory coming out of when he was in ECLA, Economic Commission for Latin America, to essentially when he was, a very interesting story, I guess I don't have the time, shoved from foreign affairs as foreign minister, where he was when he returned from exile in Chile, to Ministry of Finance, where the lifespan of the finance minister was like a couple of weeks because everything was running, inflation out of the graph, everything was going totally crazy. And the leadership that Henrique Fernando Cardoso showed in the process committing intellectual suicide, because it allowed bright young Brazilian economists to travel a different track than what his own intellectual history. And I try to refer to it later in the presentation when I try to compare selective delinking, which was part of the language of the independistas who wanted to break away from international capital, to the kind of industrial policy that Justin Lin talks about, the real difference between those two approaches. Anyhow, all of those led to Brazil bringing its terrible house more in order and resuming growth, which Inácio Lula da Silva's tenure in using conditional cash transfers and other policy stock rapidly built on, and Brazil began to make real progress. Let's go to the next slide. So if that can happen around the world, next slide, please. What should we be doing? I think we need to understand some basic things, and I don't have the time to go into it, but theoretical models matter. What kind of government do we have? I was one of those children of the 70s and 80s, schooled very much on Charles Lindblom's work on politics and markets and kinds of governmental organizations, and coming to coming to the point, essentially, that the way that we organize governments has consequence for how we produce and how we can grow economically. I am one of those who particularly see it clearly in what Thomas Sowell has done in his attempt in reflecting on wealth, politics, and poverty. And that is how we move from an obsession with sharing money, which is the crippling factor in the Nigerian economy. Everything we do is about sharing, all our political quarrels. But I can show with evidence that those who keep getting more of the share, especially if they don't produce, just get poorer. Look, one of my favorite examples is in the 60s, the fiscal federalism arrangements essentially had two levels of government involved: the national government and the subnational, which were the regions. The subnationals in the South, essentially, because of convenience to them, had many more local governments than the subnationals in the North. There was no problem with that. They had no consequence for financial flows as such. Now, by the mid-70s, 75, 76, under Obasanjo local government reforms, local governments entered the arrangement as part of the fiscal transfers. Today, 27% of our revenues go to local governments. Now, because those who dominated politics at the time, I have not gone to this yet, please, you can go back. Those who dominated politics at the time were young soldiers who didn't understand the meaning of these things. Everybody wanted to create a new local government in his hometown, his area, and all of that. We ended up with 774 local governments, in which nearly 500 come from the old North. Now, almost a complete reversal of 2-to-1 south to north to the other way around. But what has happened? They have received more revenues since the 70s. Sadly, the North has become poorer and poorer and poorer. And so when you take it as politics of you, we, no, but just logically look at it. What has happened is that we have gone into what I like to describe as the lottery effect. You get money without working. It just comes to you and you just spend it like that. Look for a person who has won the lottery. Poor man who won the lottery, a couple of UK examples that I know of. 10 years after they won that huge amount of money, 10 million pounds, for a guy who was hardly was off welfare, they are back where they started. So fundamental to development is production. And that's the point that Thomas Sowell makes so well. And he's one of his favorite examples, which I love, is Spain. If you think about Spain 300 years ago, with all the revenues flowing in, the conquistadores, gold coming from Latin America and elsewhere, and the Spanish elite was drunk, literally like the Nigerian elite is. One of the most terrible statements I've ever heard in my life was made by President Goodluck Jonathan when he said, look at how Nigeria is prospering. We have the fastest growing private jets market in the world. And I thought to myself, oh God, it's not possible I'm hearing this. Because a few scamming off the top were buying private jets and the country was just getting poorer and poorer. And that's what happened to the Spanish elite 300 years ago. The Low Countries, the Switzerlands of this world, the Netherlands of this world, essentially kept investing in their youth, in the education, and the things that made them more productive. And as time went on, Spain became much, much, much poorer than the Switzerlands of this world, the Netherlands of this world. And that's what's happening in Nigeria regionally, until we can get an elite that understands this logic and begins to focus more on production. And every part of our country has an endowment around which we can produce and dominate certain global value chain. I used to tease my friends from Sokoto. They give me Sokoto to run. And I will take the gum Arabic value chain and make Sokoto richer than River State. But that logic is very important for us to, okay, let's change to key into. Now, for us to be able to therefore do this well, we need a certain relationship between clear national strategy and our corporate strategy. Now, I don't have the time to run this track as clearly as it should be, but here, the logic is if you're going up, where you have a national strategy that is unclear, as is the case in our country, we don't have a clear national strategy, your institutions are weak. The kind of corporate strategy choice you make is one in which you are looking at, oh, how do we manage in times of uncertainty? And I wrote a book in 1998 on this titled Managing Uncertainty, Competition and Strategy in Emerging Economies. You will find that in such an environment, transaction costs will be very high. Corporates will be more oriented towards flexibility rather than commitment. The result is lower performance. But where you have strong, clear national strategy, and you have active society, civil society that facilitates stronger institutions, there's greater certainty, then transaction costs are lower. The commitment of corporate planners will be towards long-term investments, and it will lead to higher economic performance. Okay, let's move on. So this general framework is important to understand as to the kind of investments that we attract as a country and where that leaves us in terms of growth and development. I was working with Jeffrey Sachs many, many years ago on the Africa Competitiveness report, the very first, I believe, we went to present it at the World Economic Forum. And there was a joke, one of the presidents, I think it was Mozambique, was saying, you said we should tighten our belts, we tightened it, we didn't get the investment flows you said would come, and so on and so forth. And everybody laughed, World Bank, can you explain? World Bank says, you see, what you need is patience. You see, people need to see a track record. Sorry? I gotta stop, eh?
Yeah, I know you have your presentation is so great, and I know our
Don't worry about that. I know I have to stop. Okay.
Would love to, but what we can do, we certainly would like to share your slide with our participants. But I would like to say, hopefully we can invite you in the future, perhaps to have a session so that we can go much deeper into your discussion and your presentation.
Not a problem at all.
Excellent. What I would like to do is, we've got some really great questions from many of our audiences, and I would like to use the polling time to actually have some of our panelists answer some questions. At this point, I'd also like to see if we can bring back Peter Obi to answer a question from one of our panelists. Peter Obi, are you still with us?
I can see him.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. We do have a question. Our next session was supposed to be a poll, but we've got some really great questions from our panelists, and we would like to have some of our folks answer some of those questions. Now, if you're unable to answer questions, you can still type your questions in the Q&A section if you're a panelist, so that our attendees can also read your responses. But specifically, Peter, I have a question here from Yusuf Omar that says, my question is to you, Mr. Peter Obi. Sir, former governor of one of the prosperous states in Nigeria, also one of the philanthropist entrepreneur in our country, your governance and how it is so lucrative, how do you think the problem of high cost of governance in Nigeria can be revised and restructured? And what role can Nigerian youths play in such a restructuring? We do have a number of other questions as well, so feel free to please answer them in the Q&A section, but if you can answer this question, that would be great.
Well, you see, like I did mention during my presentation, and that has been being a trader, I just cut it short, and then it has been elaborated by my own elder brother, Pat, who is a professor who understands better. You have an economy that is not productive. It's a consumption economy. People were making money without being productive, and we're being celebrated. That's why you have the worst inequality globally, 157 over 157, because you just have a few people who have made money and everything. The same is what is happening with your government. When you talk about cost of governance, the cost of governance in Nigeria is totally unacceptable. Even what people get, when people are now talking about senators, talking about this, their salaries and everything, allow. In Nigeria today, a local government councillor earns more money than a university professor. I can tell you that 80% of the councillors are tops. So you have a professor doing research, doing a lot of work in universities, earning less money than a councillor. He's not done anywhere in the world. If you go to America, which we used to use as an example and everything, you can say the biggest, in terms of economy, the #1 state is California. California today is an economy of 1.6 trillion, which is about 4 times Nigeria in terms of GDP. The governor of California earns less than $200,000 in salary. Next door neighbor, a professor in Stanford, earns over $200,000. That's how our system works. You can go and do the same thing in America. Compare the governor of New York with the professor in, say, universities that are there. You go to Boston, you see the same thing. Compare it with professors that are in Harvard, in MIT, so that is how systems work. In England here, I can tell you, the professor in Oxford earns more money than the parliamentarian. Nigeria, all these are reversed. So you have people who are not doing anything, any more money. As a governor, which I've operated it, so I'm using myself as an example. As a governor, I can virtually use the state money as I like. As a governor, I've given you certain examples of what happened with me personally, where I had 30 vehicles moving around with me every day, where 20, there was nobody in them. They had no reason to be on the road for any reason. So we had a situation where we had a fuel depot where we were using 30 million every month to put fuel in the depot, which is stolen because we don't even use it, until I said, okay, well, listen, we have to stop this. Let's buy fuel on a daily basis. We cut it down to about 10 million. And on one day, I decided that let me know who and who is on board these vehicles. And I found out that 75% of the vehicles were running empty. And we shut it down. We brought it to 2 million. I can go on and on this. There's no time to answer here, but the cost of governance, when I became governor, just to go straight to it, the cost of running the office of the governor was almost 25 to 30% of the state budget. Education, most important, education, had less than 5%. Health had less than 5%. So we reversed it and said, let's put it in percentage. Infrastructure, road infrastructure, this percentage. Health, education, we allocated, we made sure that these three items had the highest number. Education number one, followed by health, followed by road infrastructure. By the time we finished, the entire running of office of the governor came to less than about 4%. And we started with that formula. We started shutting down. We cannot do this. The governor of Anambra State had no need to have a lodge in Abuja. We had a lodge which we paid, we bought for 1 billion naira. That's what my predecessor bought that property. It was costing us with all the people there, characters there, over 25 million monthly too. We have no reason to have that office. We have no reason. We rented it out. We gave it out immediately. We brought that cost down to less than 1 million. All we needed was an office to receive our letters. You know, of course, the cost of governor going there. We had a lodge. We wanted to complete a lodge in Anambra State called Presidential Lodge. The president of Nigeria doesn't live in Oka, and we'll build a house for him, furnish it, equip it, and somebody is there being the manager of the place with company. I can go on and on. There's not enough time for this, but you can scale down the cost of governance. You can shorten it. What are the youths going to do in it? We have criminalized the system. So today, Professor Pat Tommy can go on and give his wonderful lectures on everything. It doesn't make meaning to anybody. You know, what makes meaning to people is if he builds a big house, invites people for Thanksgiving, invite people for party, everybody come. We're the only country that I know that you vote P2B in. Everybody knew that at the time I became governor, I had no house in my village. 6 months after, I would build the biggest house in my village, buy all the cars in the world that is being celebrated, invite people for Thanksgiving. The bishop is there hailing me and thanking God for my success. The youths are there also celebrating with me. No, it shouldn't be. Everybody knew where you got this money from. It is time for us to start celebrating criminality. That's number one. Let's celebrate productivity, not consumption. That's where the youth have to start. You have to start looking at the right examples. What do we do? What are all these countries did? They were not celebrating criminality. They were not celebrating consumption. They were not, their government was not transactional. They were celebrating what is real, what is genuine. This is what we need to do. So you can, as governor, I can tell you something, people will tell me, you've killed government. How can you, Peter, say you're governor? You are flying to Abuja without anybody. I have to go to Abuja. If I want to go to Abuja, I have 60 people following me to Abuja. Everybody have a title to follow you to Abuja. Everybody. This one is chief security officer. This one is chief operating officer. This one is protocol officer, deputy protocol officer. This is all because of this. Nothing I said, listen, I called the then IG of police, Onovo. Police is in Abuja. If I come to Abuja, give me 2 police. Call the AGSS. If I come to Abuja, give me 1 man. I only want to go straight to Villa for meeting. When I finish the meeting, I go to my hotel. There's an Anambra man who owns a hotel, Rockview. He gave us 50% discount, 40,000 naira. I stayed there in the morning, they take me to the airport. These things did not cost us more than 500,000 naira. For what we used to pay 10 million naira to carry people to the airport, they constitute the traveling nuisance to the traveling public. Come to Abuja, we had over 15 drivers doing nothing. The person can cause confusion. So I can go, like I said, the youth can help to see that all these things are stopped. It is the same money that we need to propel the SMEs and everything. But finally, we need to get competent people involved in governance. There's a place I disagree with my senior brother, Professor Pat. You can't get tired of trying to be part of change. I feel frustrated at times, but you can't go away, because if you go away, there's no future for everything. So we have to stay in it, even as frustrated as we are, and every day trying to say no to this, no to this. I know what people call me every day or call you every day, but we can't go away. If we go away, the whole thing is finished. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, this is such timely conversations, and I hope that we'll be able to invite both you and Professor Patrick and some of our other panelists back during the course of the next few months, maybe for a one-on-one chat with some of our audiences, because we've really got some really amazing questions. And if you look through the comments, a lot of folks are certainly acknowledging many of the things that both you and the rest of the speakers have mentioned, and they would love to hear more. So thank you once again for those wonderful contributions.
Thank you.
Now, our next speaker is an HR professional based in Malaysia. With over 23 years of corporate HR experience, she has held several senior roles across multiple industries ranging from telco, banking, logistics, pharmaceuticals, and many more. She's also passionate about transforming organizations and ensuring they have the best practices to meet the needs of leaders, employees, and stakeholders. I would like to welcome Ms. Deepa George, who will be presenting on leading and managing the virtual workplace, the path ahead. Welcome, Ms. Deepa.
Thank you very much. First of all, greetings from Malaysia, and it's great to see everyone here safe and healthy amidst this trying time for across the globe. We share that same challenge, as you know, across the world. In fact, Malaysia has just gone into its second wave, but we're not here to talk about that. I was greatly inspired by Mr. Peter Obi's. I caught the last part. And I thought it's an excellent reminder for all of us, even here in Southeast Asia, where you don't want to not even condone or glorify. We don't want to celebrate criminality, but we want to really focus on productivity. So I think that's a really good, I hope, a good segue to get into the next topic. So I'm going to share my screen, and let's see. Okay, I hope that's visible to everyone. Yes?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So what we're going to talk about today is, and I'm not going to claim expertise in this area. I always say that my expertise is in my experience. And so I will be able to share from that perspective. And really, when we talk about leading and managing the virtual workplace, even going back to productivity, for all of us as leaders, we want to ensure that even with this current situation where we have team members mostly working virtually, like all of us are doing this, we need to get the best productivity. So back to that point again, right? So just a little bit more detail about myself and how I'm happy to share my experience. So I graduated with psychology, and I did 23 years in corporate HR, and then the last 4 years on my own in HR consulting. So for those who don't know, Maxis is a telecommunications company, and then ABN AMRO Bank, I think you're familiar with that, where I really did my growing up over there. And then I was at DHL, which is great, logistics, and finally Roche, which is a Swiss pharmaceutical company, where I led the HR function in Malaysia and also managed certain Asia-Pacific projects. So the one takeaway I got from all this 4 multiple industry experience is that people issues are pretty much the same. So whether we are here in Malaysia and whether you're there in Africa, in Nigeria, and anywhere across the globe, I strongly and humbly believe that employees want the best from their leaders, and leaders want the best from their employees. Why? Because we just want productivity, we want revenue, we want business growth. So with that, let's start and let's focus mainly on the virtual workplace. So let's look at the agenda. So I'll be just covering in this 20 minutes. I want to make it as relevant as possible by making it experiential. So I'll be sharing a very quick framework after talking about the realities. And then I've got 2 separate companies locally, which I thought would be useful to share in terms of how they apply that framework and how I have seen that successful, especially in the last 6 to 7 months, okay? And then, of course, we have our Q&A. So to start with, let's look at the realities of a virtual workplace in terms of how it affects leadership and employeeship, right? So yes, I didn't create that word out of the blue. I do believe leadership is about how leaders have certain skills and attributes. Why should we not expect that from employees, right? If leaders are expected to bring the best to the organization as a leader, shouldn't employees be expected to bring the best as well? But we're now dealing with some new realities. So what are they? The first one for virtual spaces, there is no co-location anymore because everyone is dispersed. So what does that mean? That means there's lack of physical interaction. There's a high risk of misunderstanding. I'm sure many of us have seen, those of us who are leaders and employees, have seen how WhatsApp conversations or emails can be very quickly misunderstood. And if there is a power distance, you wouldn't dare clarify whether what your boss said is what he meant or she meant. So that is one issue in itself. And then, of course, the limited coffee chats. It really hinders informal ideation. Some of you may have read there is a HBR article from a couple years ago where innovation has reduced after this sort of flexi workspace came about because suddenly people were no longer co-located, right? The second one is no line of sight. Now, depending on the type of leadership style we have and that the organization has, trust is so pivotal. So at this time, leaders are finding that it's too late to build the trust, but guess what? It's so easy to break. And that's the difficult part. It's really hard for anyone to build trust. The rapport, the trust should have happened from before. And of course, without line of sight, we need to measure people based on the work output. That's what matters most. We can't see the input. We can't see the effort taken. We don't understand the processes they're doing. We only see the final outcome. So for roles such as sales, for roles such as, which have high things like revenue targets, or we have certain things which have service level agreements, it might be a little harder because the sales targets are directly dependent to this number of calls, number of input, number of CRM indicators as an example. All right. And then, of course, space constraint. We don't recognize how difficult it is that not everybody has similar access to us. Having somebody who's single, working in a wonderful studio apartment, has the place to themselves, has no distractions. Whereas somebody who might be a working mom or a working dad with 3 young kids running around and needing their nap time or just having a tantrum can be a big distraction. And then, of course, a basic rule of IT accessibility. So we had issues here where people were not able to get connectivity, but not only that, if children are doing online schooling, obviously the IT assets is a concern, right? And last but not least, blurred lines. We read about this all the time. There are many articles on this and white papers about the fact that people feel there is no longer a delineation between their professional and their personal time. Suddenly it's okay to have a meeting at 12:30 p.m. When in the office, you would know very well that's lunchtime. And so nobody would call for a meeting then, right? And finally, of course, blurred lines in terms of expectations are not catered to the demographics. So as I mentioned earlier, there are times when you have the same expectations of your team, which is fine when it's in the office because they are fully an employee in their full persona. But once they're working from home, there is so many other roles that they take on. So that becomes, those are the four main realities that employees are challenged with and leaders have to try to manage. So what is the framework that I'd like to recommend? And very simply, I'd like to call it task, which is basically how can we take something to task, take ourselves to task as a leader. Now, the steps are on purpose done for you to visually look from the bottom to the top and a bit from the right to the left. So it's a little bit of a reorientation because I know you've already had a couple of hours, so just wanted to recalibrate the mind a little bit, yeah. So to start with, the first T is trust, right? We talked about that, how important it is. So the framework will be, are you a trusted leader and are you a trusting leader? Both parts go hand in hand. The A of, and then A would be, do you ask and acknowledge effort and contribution? Notice the key word being effort or contribution because not both are visible, especially when you're working virtually, right? We'll go into all of this in a bit more detail. The third one is, of course, do you set goals and do you share information? So we're working virtually. Do people know their goals and do you share information? And last but not least, very importantly, is do you know? Do you get to know your team? And are you in the know? You've got to be in the know and you've got to get to know your team. So there's the people aspect and the information aspect. Okay, so let's go into each one of these in a bit more detail. So as I mentioned earlier, the first one would be from a trust perspective, right? What is trusted and trusting? It's first thing is, as a leader, do you appreciate personal nuances people go through? So as an example, earlier it was about the family situation, about the realities of their home space and the location, right? Whether they have accessibility, those kind of information. And what are the actions required to address it? So in this current situation and in future, if virtual workplace becomes the new normal as we know it, are you a trusted or a trusting leader? We need to work on that first. Secondly, it would be, do you ask and acknowledge? Do you understand the task of your team members? Politics has no place in the workplace during this time in the virtual environment because different people have different workload, different complexity. As a leader, our role is to ask them what they're working on, how complex is it, or how not is it, because some people really like increased complexity, even though the load in itself is not as much in terms of the volume, right? And do you as a leader understand the difference that your team goes through and acknowledge that? Once you acknowledge that, you need to ensure the clarity of goals that can tie into the virtual workplace, which may be different from a physical place. So as an example, what are the obstacles? If you acknowledge that, you need to acknowledge the obstacles. What is the measure of success? So if this is a goal now, what is the new sales target that's been revised? But what would be the input that is acceptable today? Because you no longer can do sales calls physically, perhaps. So you need to over-interact with your team members to be able to ensure you can set and share the right goals and information. And finally, it's about being in the know and getting to know your team. Check in with your team to address concerns and of course, share organization information when you need to, okay? So again, be trusted and trusting of your team members. Ask and acknowledge what they're going through in terms of their tasks. Set and share the goals. If it means over-interacting to understand them better, we need to do so. And last but not least, get to know your team and be in the know of information. So with that, what's important to note is that the task is not linear. So while I said trust, ask, acknowledge, set, share, and know, it is like spinning plates, which means you've got to keep the task going at the same time, all right? So with that, let's now move into the case studies, which I have two different examples that I hope will be useful, all right? So before that, I thought it's interesting to note, I took from your the invitation, I thought, let me look at the values and see how that correlates to task. And I was really heartened to see that all these words, you look around and it's not just words, right? If we talk about trusting, don't we see that when we are being trusted, isn't that part of being professional or of having integrity? If we talk about asking and acknowledging, we also talk about being sincere with our team members. If we talk about setting goals and sharing information, we need to be productive. And of course, throughout everything, we want to achieve excellence. Back to the point that our goal as organizations and as leaders is to make sure we are productive to be able to achieve business deliverables. Okay? So let's look at the first task in action. So this is a recent case, and it's a very well-known big brand bread manufacturer in Malaysia. And you know, it's so well known. It was a joke that you read all about overall in the world, everywhere in the world, toilet papers are running out. Well, here in Malaysia, this bread factory ran out of this particular brand of bread very fast. And it's so funny. They even made little parody songs about it and so on. So that's how well they were doing during the COVID crisis. So let me give you the context about virtual workplace for them. They were considered under the government, had a certain criteria. The Malaysian trade industry had come out with criteria of what type of companies fall in different categories. So bread, being a food service industry, was considered essential services. 70% of the employees need to work on the factory floor, but all office staff needed to be work from home. So immediately, if I ask you to go back to the realities, you can see there's a split level of visibility. Some people had visibility in the factory floor, in the office, and some were working from home. So there's already a difference, right? The other thing is the KPIs, their key performance indicators, were interdependent. There were team projects. So how is that going to work? We are working from home. All the meetings can't be done in the factory floor. How does that work? These were the challenges this company faced. So how did they apply task? So what I did is I spoke to these leaders and I found out, and then I retrofitted their activities into the task model that I'd like to offer as a framework. So first of all, most leaders and most employees, we sit down and we write a to-do list. And what happens with the to-do list virtually is, tell me what you're going to work on this week, Deepa, right? And I'll sit down and write, and then the pressure mounts about, oh my goodness, I've got all these things to finish. So that element of trust is now gone because I've said this is the to-do list, now go ahead and do it. So what they did is they turned it on their head and they asked the employees, instead of doing a to-do list at the beginning, you know our goals, you know our deliverables, why don't you share with me at the end of the week, or twice weekly in this case, the impact list of what you have done. So instead of a to-do, it became what I did, but from an impact perspective. So suddenly, information that was coming out was excellent because it showed that the leader trusted you to do what's right for the company, and the employees were feeling really trusted, and they were trusting of the leader that they will be able to share the outcomes they brought to the table, as opposed to show me what you're going to do and let's plan ahead. So this is something interesting that they turned on their head. Second is about acknowledging, and this was excellent. This company actually lent IT assets to the employees of the company to circumvent access for their staff, their children who had online school. So because some of them were obviously not from the same wealth and categories, they really only had one IT tool to take home. So suddenly the company said, look, let's go out and find more gadgets, and we'll let our employees borrow that for a while. It's a small gesture, but it went a long way to make people feel acknowledged. And then what did they do to set goals? They revised the 2020 goals by the end of the first month, with the team providing revisions on how their effort could be measured. So not only did it come from the boss, and this also links to trust. So not only was it like, okay, now what are you going to show me? How are you going to be able to prove to me that you are working on these things? They turned the tables and threw the ball in the court of employees to say, tell me how we can measure you. And so people started saying things like, okay, I will give you a list of the number of cold calls I could make. I will show you the research I have done. So suddenly it moved away from show me the money, tell me how much we are far away from the target, to really starting to have an effort focus. That was something that was really well acknowledged and appreciated by the team. And last but not least, it's about being in the know and getting to know, as I mentioned. So what the leader did is, yes, they have WhatsApp chat groups, and they use that more often. Remember about over interacting and over communicating. They would actually update the teams via the WhatsApp group and email each other on the daily progress in the factory floor. So those 30% of staff who were working from home didn't feel as if they were disconnected. So they would do things like send photos. They would send jokes about, look who dropped, it was funny, they said, look who dropped 3 loaves on the floor, but we all rounded up together and helped him pay for the difference, and little jokes like that. But it really helped to build that bond and the camaraderie. Okay, so I hope this one case is showing you already how the leadership of this organization brought task and really took it and put it in action. So for the second case, this was different. It's a interior design firm. So it's an international firm which has a local presence, right? So the context is, if bread manufacturer is considered essential services, this firm is considered non-essential because economy can go on without the criticality of this, right? So as opposed to food services. So everyone had to be working from home. And then when they came back to the office, they were on rotation. So they had team A and team B for social distancing rules where they could keep the workstations apart. So what were the challenges? The challenges here was visibility to supervisors. So what does that mean? Again, if you only one supervisor per team, depending whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, some employees had the privilege of having visibility with the supervisor, and then the team B would have no visibility because you'd be split teams. And then side projects, potential delay because this is interior design. And of course, ideation of design ideas in itself was disrupted. Okay, so those were the main 3 challenges. So over here, what did they do to apply task, right? To take it to task as a leader. Again, on trust, they used to have weekly progress meeting updates. They empowered the teams to say, you know what, you're on rotation. It's too much pressure. What do you think makes sense? And the team said, let's just do alternate weeks because projects are delayed. We can't ideate. We need a little bit more time to get our footing. So weekly progress is stressful because we have less to share. So the bosses agreed, let's change from weekly progress to alternate weeks. I won't lie, they were not comfortable with it. In fact, they were very hesitant to change it. But then they realized that trusting the employees and empowering them can really have that increased sense of ownership. So that was really a great move on their part. The second thing was, because there was an option for rotation, we acknowledged the differences and the challenges of the employees. So employees were given a choice. You'll be surprised. Some people said, I'd rather come to office every day. And some people said, I can't come to office because my kids are still in online school and I don't have a nanny. So I need to be at home. So by doing that, they showed that they acknowledge the personal nuances of people as opposed to saying, you team A, week 1, and you team B, week 2. So that was again acknowledging personal challenges. And what did they do to set? They set new rules of engagement by the leader. So for example, what are the must-dos in this virtual space? We know you can't ideate, design ideas together anymore. How do we do that? So the must-dos were led by the leader. How they would do it was led by the team. So it was a perfect blend of empowerment as well as prescriptive leadership from the leader. And then the leader just caught up weekly on a one-to-one basis. So all it took on the leader's part, maybe 15 minutes per person, was about 1.5 hours per week, but time well spent. And finally, it was about being in the know. What were the daily WhatsApp closing updates? So rotation by team members so that it's not a burden on one person. The leader just acknowledges to say, okay, this client has accepted the design idea. Good for so-and-so, good on you, Deepa. Or they would even say things like, Deepa's having challenges working on the deck for client B. Anybody else want to help out, right? So all this became a much closer loop things that never happened when they were working together in the office. So again, if you look at it in essence, the trust was done by showing the empowerment, the acknowledgement of their personal nuances, the setting the new rules of engagement. What must be done cannot be compromised. The leader said that. But how they do it was given to the team. And finally, being in the know and getting to know the team. So with that, I'd like to close with the summary and just leave us with some food for thought, which is as a leader, do we recognize our realities of our geography, our location, our demographics, and the type of trade we are in terms of our organization? So as a leader, we need to personalize our realities for our teams. Secondly, please take it to task and consider the task in every situation. And the key point that we got from there, other than trust, of course, is communication. And finally, reflect and revise with the team. Don't feel that we as senior leaders need to have all the answers. We don't. That's the truth. We just don't. But with doing it together with the team, I think everyone will come out happier with that. Okay? So with that, I'd like to stop and pass it over back to the mediator.
Ms. Deepa, thank you so much. That was such an amazing and great presentation. You've provided some really practical solutions to our attendees and participants today. I personally took away at least two main points. I enjoyed what you said about your experience, your expertise being your experience. I think that's such a important statement. And the framework of the task, I think, is certainly another practical contribution to our viewers as well. So thank you so much for. At this time, I know we're trying hard to keep on time. We do have the opportunity for folks to put in their questions in the Q&A section. And I do invite you, Ms. Deepa, to please take the time to answer some of the questions from our viewers within the Q&A section. But at this time, we will be taking a 20-minute break so that we would allow some folks to take a little break. But in the meantime, we'll also be sharing some information for our folks to see from the previous sessions. Our CPT member, Chairman Rajiv, might also share a few things towards the end of that break for our viewers with some of the prices that we have and that will be given away during the course of this conference. When we return at 1:05 on the dot, we would love to, I encourage you and I welcome you to come back because we have some more great speakers coming up. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the 20-minute break.
Thank you, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity. Thanks to Rajiv and the whole team. So thank you, and stay safe. All right.
Okay. Well done.
Strategic leadership for economic rejuvenation. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed that for organizations, Nigeria, and indeed Africa to thrive economically and socially, there is an urgent need for strategic leaders who can inspire their organization amid the crisis and prepare for the uncertain future driven by fast-paced digital realities. People Expertise and Excellence Foundation-PEEF, arguably Africa's leading non-profit organization that seeks to provide solutions to management and leadership challenges in Nigeria and the entire continent, is grateful for your participation thus far. Being a leading foundation in Africa, a track record of providing pragmatic solutions, and now that you're attending the 4th confab, you probably would not want to miss the remaining part of the program today.
The modern home is changing, becoming more connected, automated. Step into a world of smarter living where the possibilities to explore are limitless. With Legend, get the freedom to be where you want while still being connected to your home. Enter a world of premium HD entertainment and watch the latest movies, series, and music videos on your favorite devices anywhere you go. We end the talk about speed by offering reliable and consistent endless hours of streaming and downloading. Stay connected with family and friends all over the world with HD voice quality, video call, and instant messaging. Experience it all. Watch, connect, talk. The legend is you. Legend, a better way to live. Get in touch with us today.
A house is more than just where we live. It's where our most beautiful memories are made. It's a home, and it forms the basis of who we are. And the foundation on which these homes are built is just as important as the home in itself. And we at Al-Ghazali Global Ventures share this belief. An environment with facilities such as good road, electricity, potable water and security at just 5 million per plot at Ikoyi Adam Estate Ibejuleki, just 5 minutes away from the Dangote refinery, plus a convenient payment plan that allows installments. For more information, do call 070-366-99413 or 080-3361-2100. Visit our website at www.alghazali.com and email us at awokoya@graceland@gmail.com. We cannot wait to have you home.
What exactly is NLP? NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming, is the study of excellence. Dr. Richard Bandler designed his famous methodology to help people be more fulfilled and freer than they ever were before, and it really works. Today, NLP is a powerful mind tool used by successful individuals and major organizations to maintain and enhance peak performance, giving them the vital edge they need to succeed. NLP is about language, communication, awareness, relationships, leadership, persuasion, influence, hypnosis, metaphors, confidence, happiness, motivation, rapport, creativity. You will learn how to relax, how to be more focused. It is used for learning, teaching, change, to help change limiting beliefs, public speaking, wealth, sales, discovering your true potential. NLP is for everyone. So the question is, can you afford not to train in NLP? You either lead or be led. You either live your life to the full or just live.
My name is Musa Rabiu, Dr. Rabiu. I'm the Executive Secretary of People, Expertise and Excellence Foundation, PEEF. Why this summit? Well, this summit is very important because it's about the people of Nigeria. It's about the readiness of the Nigerian people to move Nigeria forward from a skills point of view. If we look at our people, are they well educated? Are they well trained in what they are doing? Do they have the knowledge, the skills, the abilities to perform wherever they are? Whether they are in the agri sector, manufacturing, service sector, banking, financial, wherever they are, do they have the skills to be productive? So our foundation focuses on skills management issues, from policy on education to curriculum that we use in our schools, primary, secondary, tertiary levels. It also focuses on professional development. So when people graduate from the universities are they properly inducted into the professions? For example, as lawyers, as medical practitioners, as human resource management professionals, as even teachers, all right? In all disciplines, PEEF focuses on professionalism, professional development. So this workshop is to look at the theme, which is education versus reality. The education we give, what is the impact in reality? People come out, they have certificates, but they don't have jobs. Because to get a job, you must have skills, not just a certificate. So we are discussing solutions to closing that gap. So the difference between 12% or 14% of the national budget and 24% is huge. Countries that are serious, they do better than this. So the message is clear. Pay attention to education, fund it properly, and ensure that the funds actually make impact, positive impact.
That goes to the issue of our technical schools.
Yeah.
I remember when we were growing up, these schools used to be very vibrant. What do you think? What's your position? What are you advocating? Should they be revamped or?
They should be revamped, but also we have to bring the technicians or the graduates of these technical vocational schools to be ready for our industry. What we are doing, we used to have an import substitution industrialization strategy, which meant we would say, okay, we want to assemble, Peugeot in Nigeria. You go and bring the French, model, all right? So we are importing technology, some of which we are not able to maintain. So our technical schools must be able to churn out graduates that will be technically ready to support the indigenous development of our economy. So if you import the technology and your people cannot maintain it, because those who will sell it will come and operate it so that the technology is working. But beyond that, those who maintain are the people indigenous to the country. So that link between the technical colleges and the industry must be established. And how we import technology. If you import technology that is too sophisticated, you can't maintain. You see the point? Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the point I'm making. Because the homegrown technology comes from your technical schools. So if you make and give the confidence to your people that, look, you are as good as the Chinese, the American, the Japanese, they will start thinking right from school. And then the ideas will come. And you encourage them by, supporting through investment to produce prototype technology, and then try it, be perfect first time, but you can improve it. But when you don't do that, you are quick to go and import something that will compete and even discourage indigenous development. Then you are killing yourself. Yeah, thank you too.
Abdullah Bukar. I'm an engineer, retired about 11 years ago, but I'm still practicing. When I say practicing, I'm practicing and passionately doing here what I really love to do. Make sure that we bridge skills gaps in Nigeria, and we make sure that we grow sufficient number of skilled and competent Nigerians to get Nigeria out of poverty. I don't know if you listened to the debate that is going on in Bali with the World Bank and what the chairman of the president of the World Bank said about Nigeria. We have no business being poor. We have all the resources, human, physical, mineral, climatic, name it. We have no basis to be there. Nigeria should be able to address its own needs for good quality of life for its citizens. And the only people who will do it are Nigerians. And there are those of us who have the passion that we think we should advocate and do all that is needed to make sure that these things are addressed, the skill gaps are addressed, they are recognized, and are being brought forward, and we are in a position to lead our country out of poverty into wealth. And I'm very happy to see that there's a recognition that's a problem. That's why we are all here. And then the best to see that who are the people who know how to tackle those problems and who are going to fashion out the way you are going to address it. And that's what you see in the hall behind me. You have a meeting of people who came here voluntarily, on their own, paid for whatever is needed, because they feel passionately about doing something about the skills gap and the competency gap. We should be able to have skilled people who will address all the industrial development, all the social and infrastructure things that we need in this country, and be able to put it together. We should start by being confident in ourselves and building things ourselves, for our own generation that will come in the future. There has been probably a lot of emphasis previously on, oh, we don't have it here, we have to go and get it from other countries, or we have to talk to this and this. No. The focus should be, what can we do for ourselves? And then if we say there are gaps in technology, we can go and get it. Even America imports technology from other places. So it is not a shame to go and look for new way or new systems or better systems to address issues. But to be able to do the basics, to supply what you call all the things that you need for good living, is within the reach of Nigerians, and we have the capacity and we have the know-how to be able to do it. And that's why we are here. It is very important for you to realize that, realizing, like I said, that we have got a problem, gathering people who know what to do about the problem is important. But we also need you, especially the press, to make sure that the rest of the public understands this. This is not a flash in the pan. This is a long, long haul. It won't happen in 1 year. But as they say, the journey of 100 miles starts with one step. So let us start. Let us get people to articulate and understand what needs to be done. And then let us make sure that we take the right steps in the right direction to be able to do it.
Wave Beats Music.
The modern home is changing, becoming more connected, automated. Step into a world of smarter living where the possibilities to explore are
good. Welcome back, Ahmed.
Ahmed, you are muted.
Ahmed, you're on mute.
Yeah, you're muted.
Okay, let me quickly share the screen about the prizes that the quiz people are going to get. And okay, here we go. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm so happy to share these quiz prizes which the people are going to get, which all of our attendees are going to get, those who win, right? People, at the end of this quiz, at the end of this, towards the end of this conference, we are going to ask you 5 questions. And you are supposed to respond to those 5 questions. The questions are going to be from the discussion which we have had so far. From the speakers about the PEEF and other things. And now what you have to do is send the response, the answers to those questions on WhatsApp to this number, which is displayed on your screen. And when you send them, you have to put your name and you have to also put your mobile number, because you may be sending it from someone else's mobile number. So please put your mobile number on which you want us to communicate. And then you put the question numbers, because there are 5 questions, 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't need to write the question. You just put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And along with that, you just put the answer. Now the winner, there is no lottery draw here. If you respond first, the winners are on first come, first serve basis. All the people, those who get the first 5 answers right, will get that. And the PEEF management decision on this is going to be final. We are going to send you the vouchers for the prizes. And the prizes are, they are Samsung A31, which is approximately 100,000 Naira prize. Then that's one award, that's one prize. Then there are 2 prizes for second prize, and that is Samsung A21s, which is around 75,000 Naira. And then there is a third prize, again 2 prizes for third prize. So in total, there are 5 prizes to be won. In third prize, you have Samsung A11, that is around 53,000 Naira, people. So, and we are hoping, we are actually, yesterday, me and Ahmed, we all were having a meeting and we were discussing, we really want to give away these prizes. So please get the answers right so that you can become the proud owner of these smartphones. Over to you, Ahmed. Thank you. Ahmed, I can't hear you. Are you on mute? Ahmed, I don't hear you.
Can the IT support fix the problem, Rajiv?
Yes.
IT.
Ahmed, I would suggest that you can also check in the speaker at your end. Ahmed, you are actually on mute. Yes. Check the speaker you selected. Wonderful, wonderful. We still don't hear you. Check the speaker. Okay, just give us a moment, right? We'll be right back. Yes. So in a while, Ahmed is going to be back. So what do? We quickly take you through. Can you go onto your chat box and put your learnings? What is the, yes, can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear you, Ahmed, very well. Very
all right. Well, thank you. Sorry about that, folks. Sometimes we do experience these technical difficulties unexpectedly, so I apologize.
Ahmed, whatever we may say, technology is still at an infancy stage. We are growing it up.
Yes. But thank you for your patience, folks. Our next guest speaker, speaking on reimaging Nigeria's health system post-COVID-19 pandemic and the role of public-private collaboration, is the Global Director, Health, Nutrition, and Population, Global Practice of the World Bank, and the Director of Global Financing Facility for Women, Children, and Adolescents based in Washington, D.C. He was the Chief Executive Officer of Big Win Philanthropy based in the UK, and prior to that, he held several senior positions, including that of Executive Director of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency and Minister of State for Health in Nigeria. He is also an MD trained in both internal medicine and infectious diseases. I would like to give a warm welcome to Dr. Mohammed Fateh.
Thank you.
For joining us. You're on mute. If we can unmute Dr. Fateh.
Okay, very good. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes,
very good. I was saying good afternoon to everyone. And let me also thank you and Ahmed and all the organizers for inviting me to deliver these remarks in my personal capacity. I would like to acknowledge the distress that all of us are going through right now about what is going on in our streets in Nigeria, in many cities and many parts of our country. And before I get into the topic you asked me, I thought I just needed to reflect a few thoughts that are going through my mind at this moment. As we all know, Nigeria's youth are its present and its future. They are also the most important asset of our country. And we call on the government to respect the rights of citizens, to protest peacefully, and to strive towards peace based on justice. I'll focus my remarks on Nigeria's health system, given where we are today in the global community, but also particularly the path that we've followed over the last several years and where we go in terms of the future of our health systems after the current pandemic that is still unfolding. While the COVID-19 pandemic itself started as a health event barely 10 months ago with the discovery of the novel coronavirus in China, the pandemic has rapidly escalated to afflict 40 million of the world's population, with more than 1 million people dead. 23 million of these cases are in lower middle income countries and low income countries. While globally, only a small fraction of the world's population has been infected by the COVID virus, nearly 100% of the world has been affected by the economic crisis unleashed by the COVID pandemic. And Africa in general has had a relatively lower share of cases and death, including Nigeria. And several factors, despite these relatively low case numbers of COVID-19, several factors make the Africa region, and in particular countries like Nigeria, particularly vulnerable, including pre-existing weaknesses in our national health systems, higher levels of poverty, as well as the limited social safety nets that we have, and the widespread macroeconomic and fiscal challenges, which I'm sure that you've discussed earlier in this summit. Additionally, the efforts to contain the pandemic itself have led to severe secondary impacts. We know that many children are having to forego necessary immunizations. Essential reproductive maternal health care have been disrupted, along with efforts at prevention and treatment of diseases like HIV, TB, and malaria, thereby increasing the risk of illness and erasing many years of hard-fought gains towards universal health coverage. On the economic front, the statistics are grim, and they are still unfolding. We know that the global economy, in fact, between 2020 to 2021, will basically lose more than $12 trillion as a consequence of the economic crisis unleashed by this pandemic. And by 2021, between 100 and 150 million people may be pushed into extreme poverty, many of them in Africa and in Nigeria. And the enormous gains that have been made over the last decades in human capital may subsequently be lost as a result of this pandemic. But the COVID-19 pandemic also offers an opportunity to avoid the mistakes of the past as we rebuild after the pandemic. And there is also a good cause for optimism. Many countries in the Africa region, and including Nigeria, took early, decisive action on COVID, deployed basic public health measures, and rapidly increased their public spending to respond to the pandemic. Now, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, Nigeria's health system was ranked lower than almost all its peers. We were 165th out of 183 countries in maternal mortality rates. We are also 185 out of 193 countries in terms of infant mortality rate. Our life expectancy was near the bottom of the pile of 208 countries at 205. And Nigeria had among the highest out-of-pocket spending as a proportion of our total health expenditure, ranked at the bottom of 183. This was before COVID. And the situation of poor health outcomes drove higher fertility rates with higher dependency ratios in certain parts of our country more than others, of course. There were significant constraints on both the supply side in terms of the service delivery infrastructure, human resources, but also on the demand side in terms of access, affordability. And the quality of care was highly variable across both public as well as the private sectors. And within our country, within Nigeria, there are significant intra-country variations in terms of health outcomes, with certain geopolitical zones significantly worse off compared to other parts of the country. And here I refer to northeastern part of the country and the northwestern part of the country. In recent years, we know that there has been steady improvement in some aspects of our health outcomes. With the achievement of polio eradication in Nigeria, Nigeria being the last endemic country in the Africa region, that's a huge milestone that is testimony to what Nigeria can be able to do. We've seen steady progress in routine immunization recently and downward trends in infant mortality, child and maternal mortality, as well as increasing contraceptive use. But those improvements, if you look at them in relative terms, we're improving, but other countries are improving faster than we are. And here I would like to acknowledge some of the sort of policy and legislative efforts that have really happened over the last 10 years or so, including the National Health Act, which the former President Goodluck Jonathan signed in 2014, that laid the foundation for the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund that actually provides a real opportunity to leapfrog and to build a much more resilient health system in the period ahead. So as we look into the future, with our current population growth rates, Nigeria will be among the top 3 to 4 most populous countries in the world. It will also be a youthful country. At the same time, we have aging of population due to successive age cohorts that are graduating to higher groups, with consequent rise in non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, cancers, and others, and burden on through the cost of healthcare that will be occasioned by those non-communicable diseases, in addition to issues like mental health, which are also significant causes of morbidity in our country. So COVID-19 offers an opportunity to really think about reimagine Nigeria's health system so as to leapfrog going forward. And there are certain lessons that we're beginning to learn. That COVID-19, in how countries have responded to it, is forcing the integration and acceleration of scaling novel service delivery models in many countries. As a result, certain transformational shifts are happening. I'll get into it in terms of policies, societal norms, and also individual behaviors. Health systems that were flexible with higher access and higher quality of care were able to respond and make the shift that are necessary to have a better response to COVID-19. This is mostly in the middle-income countries. Those had the background telemedicine systems in place, were able to scale them up, for instance. There were certain obstacles that we had prior to COVID-19, which I think with the benefit of the experience of the COVID crisis, we can see that in fact, there are opportunities to fix them. In the past, we thought that patients needed to be in the same room as the healthcare worker. Travel cost, for instance, lack of qualified health personnel, and many obstacles impeded people from getting the services that they needed. But now we know that telemedicine can ensure that health workers reach all patients and that quality of that care can be monitored. And certain countries are already beginning to move in that direction. In Indonesia, for instance, 80% of the 2 million patients of a telemedicine referral system in that country were from rural parts of the country. So we can see the possibility of a different health system that uses sort of technological innovation and telemedicine as a platform to deliver services. Another area, for instance, of what we thought in the past that you needed to have paper prescriptions or get laboratory orders that are in
Joe, I was just to confirm. Congratulations.
Can you mute, please?
Will you?
Yes.
Sorry about that. We have to unmute Dr. Fateh.
Sorry, I think these are the learnings, I think part of the lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll continue. We used to think that you needed paper prescriptions or paper orders for laboratory exams. Now that you needed to see health workers to be able to deliver to deliver those requisitions, for instance, and that it was difficult to track or report on those encounters without the paper records. Well, now we know that a prescription or lab order can be sent via SMS to a patient's cell phone and done in the nearest public or private pharmacy or lab. For instance, in Rwanda, more than 100,000 SMS prescriptions have been filled in just the period of the COVID-19 pandemic, just giving a possibility, the sense of the possibility of what is out there in terms of thinking differently about how health services are going to be delivered. We used to think that you have to walk to a health center for any care, and that getting follow-up requires visiting the health center, which itself was a tedious task. Now, community health workers with digital job aids can provide the accompaniment and high-quality care in the patient's home, certain kinds of care, not every kind of care. And over 500,000 digitally enabled community health workers have been able to provide care worldwide during this COVID-19 pandemic. We used to think that, in fact, health workers need to go away for weeks or days and be absent from their posts to be trained. And that when patients go to health centers or hospitals, they find that the health workers have gone to the capital cities, whether to Abuja or some other places for training. Well, now we know that remote case-based training which provide opportunity for constant feedback and through training sessions that improve learning of health providers. In fact, you can have a near classroom based training. We're now having this webinar online, and it's sort of demonstrate what can be possible. And primary healthcare centers can provide the same training in terms of how to assess patients, how to advise them, and in fact, and including mentoring of the health workers through virtual modes where the infrastructure is available. In the past, by being isolated, health workers can find it very difficult to receive information on latest knowledge in their field or what should be done. Obviously, now not only health workers, but any person can receive daily updated information via voice or text messages. And over 120 million people in 17 countries can make free calls to an automated voice system to get the latest information. And in the past, even on the patient side, we used to think that the patient's voice may not be heard. Well, now we have seen with technology that, in fact, cell phones have provided ways for any person to provide data that can be organized to help decision makers. In some countries, for instance, in Uganda, all members of the parliament signed up for an SMS-based reporting system to hear their constituents' opinion. Such innovations can also be brought to bear in a health system. So in sum, I think we had a health system that was struggling, had a period of improvement, and we have some milestones to show for that Nigeria's health system can be better if we apply our minds to it. COVID-19, while in terms of the economic impact has been significant, the health impact and what we have learned from across the globe and also in Nigeria provide us an opportunity to think about reimagining the health system going forward. We need to focus on investing more and investing better. We need to think holistically, both in terms of physical and mental health of the population that are being served by the health system. We can use the National Health Act of 2014 and the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund that has been put as part of that legislation, that law, basically to help us build a stronger, more resilient health system going forward. Nigeria will need to raise more government revenue and invest those revenues more efficiently, focusing on the front lines first, on the primary healthcare systems. And that it's not only the federal government, but also the subnational level, the state government and the local government that will have to come on board in terms of allocating the resources efficiently and spending those resources better. And health is key to human capital and economic security. So there's no better priority for policymakers than to actually invest in health, in education, and other dimensions. We need to invest in expansion of financial protection mechanisms. We know that we have an unacceptably high level of out-of-pocket spending as a proportion of our total health spend. And therefore, it's important to address that as part of really harnessing the potential that exists within the health sector to mobilize resources, but also to spend them better. And expanding the financial protection mechanism through the National Health Insurance Scheme should be a critical priority. We need to expand the training, skills, and capacities, particularly at the front lines, not only in terms of the content of what, but also the how to deliver high quality services. And we need to invest in expanding the really training pipeline for health workers across cadres, not only doctors, nurses, community health workers, pharmacists, all cadres of health professionals. Despite our large population and the large population of health workers that we have in Nigeria, we still have a room to expand the production of health workforce, to deploy them more efficiently, but also to retain them and incentivize them to deliver the services that they can. That will be critical. That's the lifeblood, if I may say so, of, let's say, a reimagined health system that we can emerge out of this crisis that the world is in the period ahead. We also need to think innovatively, to innovate in terms of mobilizing resources to finance the health system itself. So there are different kinds of ways to innovate in terms of mobilizing private capital and private expertise, but also in terms of use of technology, like I had mentioned, and in areas such as supply chain. Public sector and private sector can leverage each other in that sense to really deliver what will be a robust health service delivery system for the entire population of the country. In addition, we need to also think about reorienting, given what we had mentioned about non-communicable diseases and things like mental health, to think multi-sectorally. Health outcomes depend partly on the health system, but also goes beyond the health system. So prevention is a key element. So our ministries of health can become the real ministries of health, not only ministries of disease in a way, because you need to think about health prevention and promotion as a key element of a reimagined health system going forward. As we've seen, COVID-19 came from, it was a zoonosis from the animal sector. So it's not something that in a way started from the sort of the human health land. You need to think of health as an integrated whole that brings other sectors that have bearing on it, whether it's water and sanitation and hygiene, whether the gender dimensions that are also critical, or in terms of the urban sectors, in terms of what we see either in Abuja, in Lagos, in our big cities, the environment itself, and also the nutrition of our population, and importantly, sort of to take into account also the mental health aspect of it. Those will be critical elements in terms of thinking about the future of Nigeria's health system based on the lessons that we are learning in this moment of crisis. So I'd like to sort of land it here and just once again, thank you all for the opportunity to say a few words at this summit. Thank you. Over to you, Ahmed.
Thank you, Dr. Fateh. Thank you very much for your valuable time, global insights, and relevant contributions. We really appreciate you taking the time. I know you have a very busy schedule, so we appreciate you. We do have some questions, but I think once again, as we are grappling with managing the time, we encourage folks to send their questions. And if you don't mind, I'll happily forward those questions, and we'll try to get back the answers to our participants through one of our social media channels as well. Once again, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and this afternoon for some of you folks.
Thank you, Ahmed. I look forward to the questions. I'll do my best to answer them and send them back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next session is a panel discussion with an amazing group of experienced professionals and experts in their fields of work and business. They will be discussing business process reengineering in an uncertain time. This will be led by Mr. Aliyu Aloshile, CEO of Daily Times, who will be introducing the panelists. Over to you, Mr. Akoshile.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ahmed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be on the panel this afternoon. Quickly, I've been told we have barely 35 minutes on this session. So as an effective leader, what I've done is to divide the session, our time, into three areas, which I call the 3 P's of this session. As a leader, I'm taking 10 minutes out of the 35. The panel discussion will take 12 minutes, while the participants' questions and answers will take 30 minutes. So that gives us 35 minutes. Thank you again, everyone. I have a short presentation, which I said will take 10 minutes, after which I would introduce members of the panel. The presentation basically is a short one, as I said, business process reengineering in an uncertain time. Without much ado, looking at the theme of the conference, you discover that strategic leadership is very essential to successful rejuvenation of any economy. And that dovetails into the topic of the discussion, which is in any environment, an economic environment that is challenged, like the one we are in today, there is certainly a need for a process of re-engineering of businesses in order to give a situation whereby business organizations can have a sustainable performance and growth. So what I've done is to divide the presentation into 5 segments because, as I said, we have very limited time. But before I begin to look at each of the 5 sections, I put up a note to say the word re-engineering itself, is suggestive that we are dealing with a technical task. Whereas, BPR, which is business process review, is a management strategy for accelerated corporate performance. So that being the case, re-engineering can't be a technical task. In other words, it's actually a crucial management function that results in accelerated corporate performance. Now, look, what I've done is to have 5 areas, looking at the concepts, features of an uncertain time. That is the next slide, please. The key concepts, features of an uncertain time, suboptimal performance. What are the reasons for suboptimal performance of companies? Then the essential success factors for BPR to be achieved. And of course, the re-engineering methodology. How do companies, get to re-engineer their business processes? And of course, the conclusion. On the next page, the next slide. Business, as we all know, is purely commercial or non-commercial activities involving 2 or more people for exchange of values on product, on services, or ideas. And it could also be for profit or for non-profit. It's an aspect of business. So business is to the extent that we are here to interrogate business in an uncertain time. There seems to be bias, against non-profit activities. But that is expected because when we look at uncertain time, this is a time that people all over the place wants to have means of livelihood. Companies want to succeed. They want a situation whereby they will be able to take good care of their staff. The staff also have dependents. They need to pay taxes to government. So, I mean, it's a period that everyone has to be involved in economic activity. Then looking at the process, of course, the process is a series of actions also that leads to realization of a desired goal. In the field of engineering, it is interconnected stacks, which I said earlier. But we are not looking purely on science. This is the science of business strategy. So it's everything is about the performance. It's about ensuring that corporate organizations have the kind of process that will give them sustainable growth. The next slide is looking at even the reengineering itself as a concept, was actually used first in 1993 in a book written by Hammer and Champi, where they talked about reengineering the corporation, a manifest for business revolution. I'm looking at the next slide, which is talking about defining reengineering. Reengineering as a concept, as I said, was used in 1993 first in a book. Since then, of course, every organizations have talked about reengineering their business. With my limited experience, I've been involved in banking reengineering when the NUB International Bank was to be formed in 2001 from the ashes of Nigeria Universal Bank, either owned by Kaduna and Katsina State. I was involved in the process of re-engineering the bank, and before the consolidation of 2006, the bank became one of the major banks in Nigeria. I mean, in the 94 of them then. So re-engineering has been used, and everybody is using it for strategic business development. Uncertain time actually is a time of apprehension. It's a time when there is a lot of dilemma about people not knowing what to do or have resources, but are in a serious, fix about what to do and how to do it, so as to get out of, a kind of that kind of uncertainty. Of course, looking at I'm going to the next slide. As I said, the time, I don't have time. So I've drawn up talking points. All these are just talking points. Features of an uncertain time. The first thing is that corporate organizations are sucked into a kind of quagmire. The quagmire of red ocean. We all know as business, strategists that red ocean principle is that where companies are all, trying to survive in a limited space where everybody is like the survival of the fittest, like the jungle. I'm still on the features of an uncertain time, actually. So an organization that is in that kind of a situation is trapped in that kind of a quagmire of red ocean. And what they do in most cases is to begin to come up with this heuristic decision making. Oh, you are in finance, go to marketing. This man is in marketing, go to operations, or you are in sales, move to personnel. So that kind of heuristic decision just to assert control happens. Then another thing that happens under uncertain time for corporate organization is loss of enthusiasm. Loss of enthusiasm, I'm on slide 7. Loss of enthusiasm about the job itself. A lot of staff, they begin to have apprehension. Will there be retrenchment? Will there be cutting of salaries? I mean, it happened a few months ago when virtually every company has to either cut salaries or even move people, optimize resources. So there is also the dwindling demand for products and services, which is beyond what the company itself can control. And then, of course, rising operation costs. If you are in the media, in the newspaper business, you still have to produce your maybe 48 or 56 pages of newspaper. You have to run your generator. The reporters you have, they still have to generate the story. Of course, your copies are reduced, but still you have to do 48 pages. So there is rising operating because you cannot match that with the returns you are going to get. out of that. Then, of course, there is the disequilibrium of the balance sheet, which concerns the board. I mean, if you look at each of these topics that points I made, heuristic decision is about management. Lots of enthusiasm is about the staff, while the other ones goes like that. Then the reasons for suboptimal business process. You see, one of the things that happen in most organizations is that there is this arbitrary, as I mentioned, transfer of staff, sometimes for various reasons, which we cannot interrogate fully here. Then there is a loss of focus on business process itself. Management could decide to do something, and they develop cold feet in order to pursue to logical end. Then there is the underestimation of the challenge. Today, since morning, I tried to log into this conversation, and I checked my data. I have 7.4 gig of data on my iPad. Yes, the iPad was showing no connection, no internet. What do? So I have to move to another service provider, actually, in order to be able to, So there is an underestimation of the magnitude of the challenge we have. Then, of course, the abandonment of training. We all know when companies are undergoing, unfavorable weather conditions, two things are usually the casualties. They cut down on training and they cut down on promotion. Not knowing that actually, if they were to be mindful, if companies were to be mindful, that is the time for them to retool those two issues and get something out of it. Then there is the inadequate infrastructure. Companies don't actually put enough infrastructure on ground to be able to deliver the kind of performance they want to achieve. Then recourse to bureaucratic process happens in many places. Maybe growth or some other things leads to a situation whereby you have to put what they call goalposts. You apply for this, it goes through this, it's good for control, but it should be done in such a way that it does not paralyze the system. Then essential factors, success factors for business process review itself. The first thing you have to do is to put together your change team. I was involved in this in Daily Trust newspaper when I was the executive director in charge of business in Daily Trust. So we put together a team working with consultants, and we went through the analysis of the business itself, looking at every aspect of the business. We checked our infrastructure, the technology infrastructure. Do we have enough infrastructure to back up the kind of operations that we want to achieve under a re-engineered process? Then effective change management. As I said, we want to do something, but interest happens in business as they are in politics. So you have to do delicate balancing of certain interests in business also. Then of course, for success, you have to, the process has to be continuous. It's not a one-off thing. Process of business process review has to be a continuous thing. Then looking at the re-engineering methodology itself, what do? Having gotten all these success factors in place, you inaugurate the project, call the people together, have an address, share the vision actually, because everybody, every stakeholder, the staff, the shareholders, even the board must know that you are doing something. You are trying to re-engineer your business in order to get out of the woods during that uncertain time. Then analysis of current performance. You have to look at what is the size of the market actually with the uncertainty, and what is the share that you can take out of that market share, market size. Then you look at your product. You want to review the product and the services if it's a service company. You look at, auditing. Check what you've been doing in the past. Are there, excesses? Are there areas that could be cut? Are there new things that can be introduced? Then assessment of market potential, as I said, under uncertainty, even with the COVID-19, it's a joke. People joke about it in Nigeria, that under this COVID-19, Nigeria made many multi-billionaires. Yes, well, maybe they are company, they have companies that are well positioned for it. Some people supply certain things. Some people have to produce certain things, the face masks and what have you. So, there must be assessment of the market potential for the business process engineering to really happen. Then developing the solution. after you have all this auditing, you have to sit down and do a crafting, articulation of what you really want to do. Then you have to optimize the technology, because it's very key in today's world. Virtually everything we do, I mean, across companies, across industries, you have to have robust technology to guide it. I know people who are into some form of labor-intensive operations. They will say, look, if you do too much of technology, you may put people in the labor market. But yeah, there could be other horizontal integration that could happen to take care of those people that technology may move away from certain areas. So there shouldn't be any fear about going to whole hog to get things implemented. Then, of course, there must be a study of the previously developed solution, because one of the things is, I mean, people must be able to learn from history. If your company has gone through certain things and they came out of it, of course, every organization have bumpy period. A period where, I mean, for some reasons, it could be macroeconomic issues. It could even be internal issues that have put companies into a kind of situation that it became, precarious. Then you have to look at what happened then. What report did you generate, and were you able to implement that? Are there learning curves from that, experience? Then, of course, the business process review itself, you now have to package the solution that you have come up with for presentation, for sharing with stakeholders. As I said, that process must be an intensive one. The methodology will not be complete if the re-engineering is only being discussed and being agreed and being enforced by the executive management, or it is the board that is trying to push it down the throat of the management, or the executive management are the one just trying to say, look, we have come up with this is what we should do. It must be integrative, and it must involve everybody. The other one is to ensure that the implementation is very critical. In strategy, they say the challenge of implementation is 80% of the strategic challenges. I mean, the strategic moves that companies make. Companies can spend 20% of their time, crafting certain things, but getting things done is itself a major challenge to strategy implementation. So we have to take, critical note of that. Any company that is going through the process of business review has to ensure that whatever solution they have come up with is faithfully and conscientiously implemented in such a way that the company is taking off the radar of that uncertain climate. Then, of course, once you have done that, it must be a continuous process. Re-engineering, it is not a one-off thing. Yeah, you do it, there could be different scaling up, different levels to re-engineering. But, innovation and development has to be continuous. It is only when an organization is continuously being creative and innovative that even when you arrive at the threshold of uncertainty, at a certain time, you are not really caught unaware. Yeah, it could be a global thing, it could be a macroeconomic thing, but because your company has been, very agile in terms of creative and innovative approach to your business, then you will discover that the impact of that, uncertain period will not be too much, like somebody or a company that just found itself, at that point, and they'll be scampering to get out of it. So I think this is my presentation. In conclusion, I've said that challenges of uncertain times are not insurmountable. It requires optimal performance of the company and integrated approach to getting everybody on board and coming up with clearly articulated, solutions that will ensure that the business is continuously on the growth to profit and sustainability. Thank you so much, Ahmed. This is the main presentation. Now I realize I have another role. So as I said earlier, I mentioned that what I've done is to divide the time into three. I have three panelists I will quickly, introduce the three of them. Then thereafter, I will begin to pose questions to them for their own view. So the first person, the first panel member we have this afternoon is Engineer Chris Ifeagu. Engineer Ifeagu, are you there? Engineer Ifeagu. Okay, maybe when he's trying to connect, let me introduce the second panel member.
Sorry, I was on mute. I can't. You can hear me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Aliu. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, Engineer Ifeagu is a seasoned project engineering consultant. He's a prominent member of the Nigerian Institute of Engineering, and he has over 27 years of experience in management of complex projects, especially in the oil and gas sector of Nigeria's economy. So you are welcome again, Engineer Ifeagu.
Thank you.
Yeah. My other co-traveler this afternoon is Mr. Akim Oyewale. Mr. Oyewale, can we see you?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Oyewale. Mr. Oyewale is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Accountants of Nigeria. He's also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. He is currently the CEO of IBTC Nominees. He is simultaneously a non-executive director of Stanbic IBTC Assets Management Limited, and cumulatively he has over 15 years of experience in the financial service sector. Welcome, Mr. Oyewale.
Thank you.
The third panel member is Mr. Suleiman Arzika. Mr. Suleiman?
Hello. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Akushile.
Yeah, good afternoon. Nice to see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Arzika is a co-founder and chief operating officer of Suburban. Suburban, as we know, is a global player in the ICT and telecom, sector. Mr. Arzika has the huge responsibility of managing the entire operations of Suburban in Nigeria. He is an alumnus of Harvard and the Hurst Business School, UK. Welcome. Without much ado, let me put the first question, and I will request the panel members to take it from the first person I introduced, Engineer Ifeagu. Can you share with us briefly your experience of a successful implementation of a business process review? Anyone that either the one you have been involved with or anyone that you know of. I mean, what do you think happened, and how successful would you say that process was?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, once again, Mr. Aliu Akoshile. Listening to your presentation and anybody who understands a bit about this BPR, we know that you covered extensively within a very short time. Yeah, I'm not an expert in this field, but because of my experience in Shell, I was involved in organizational review in Shell several years ago. We had significant organizational reviews. I was a member, and then also when I was in Shell Houston here, I was the one that basically designed the integrated work process that looked at project initiation up to execution and handover to assets. And this integrating the activities of subsurface well engineering, surface teams, and operations and so on. So in that work process, you have to look at the activities of each of these disciplines and how they interrelate and how you can streamline the activity in such a way that you achieve the Six Sigma objective of making sure that you got the right process. And the intention then was to reduce the enormous time we spent in executing projects, as well as reducing both costs and achieving these within time and using the same number of staff or minimum number of staff. So if you look at Shell hydrocarbon maturation manual, what we call P60 element there, which is work process, I developed it. So that's where my experience is, and my experience also spans over the years of my activities in the oil and gas industry. So that's where it is.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Engineer Fiagu. Mr. Oyewale, I mean, CEOs, I mean, you've been EDs and whatever. I know you must have also been involved in many. Luckily, none of us is an expert, you know. But of course, we have look at what Engineer Fiagu said. That's why the father is saying he's not an expert, but you have done that remarkable, you know, contribution. So, Mr. Oyewale, can you share with us some of the things you have done in this field? Unmute your microphone, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Koshile, and thanks to the organization for the organization of this session as well, to the whole team. Now, for me, business process reengineering is something that is a commonplace in the financial services sector. I mean, just like you said, Mr. Koshile, when you had to work in an aspect of a bank, you know, a few years back before the consolidation, you also engaged in business process reengineering. What we tend to do in the banking sector and the financial world is that as much as possible, we have our focus, our objective properly identified. And because most of the time in the financial services sector, yes, you're having to build or rebuild an aspect of the business, but you also need to continue to serve the existing aspect of the business. So most of the time you have what we call like a bifurcated approach. You will have a team that will be responsible for running the firm or running the bank as is. Then you have another team that will be responsible for building the bank or reforming it into the new organization you would like to actually participate or we want to see in the future. You know, and that's an area that I've been part of many times over in my career in the financial services sector, whether you are going through a merger, an acquisition, any combination. So the key thing is that you have to be able to have your goal set out, then you have to be able to know the team that is working on the reorganization or the reengineering, at the same time not allowing the current business to suffer. You know, and that's really the approach that we've been having to adopt. I mean, whilst you are still trying to get the blue ocean, you should not just take your eyes off the red ocean where you currently are swimming and competing with every other person.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oyewale, for that, clarity. Mr. Adzika, I mean, you are an IT, specialist. And this is one area, all of us that are doing other businesses, I think we rely so much on you for sustainability of our operations. Let us know what experience you have encountered in this area of business process, re-engineering.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Akoshile. I think the best way to do this for me now is to briefly recount what we went through in the recent COVID-19 lockdown, which affected our operations, and I'm sure affected the operations of any other business around the world. So I think we all know that for technology companies, the COVID-19 pandemic has been a sort of I don't want to say a happy irony, but it's no secret that we have benefited from that. We've had a situation where, for example, at Suburban, we always try to promote new technologies and bring them, into the market, usually ahead of the competition, or sometimes even ahead of the market. So we usually tend to be pioneers. So we've been pushing some of these technology solutions for a while, and they've been facing a lot of resistance, in terms of, people's or customers' understanding of the technologies, and just the general willingness, of people to change to things that they do not understand. And then we had COVID, and most of the world shut down, but at the same time, life had to continue. So people had to rely on technology to carry out their operations or to go about their normal lives. And so all of a sudden we witnessed, a multiple fold increase in demand for our services. So, and these are services that, we've spent time trying to perfect the delivery chain, for delivering them to our customers, and then all of a sudden there's huge demand, huge pressure on, our value chains, and we had to respond. And we had to respond within a time where, most of the world was shut down. So our suppliers, were also affected from their manufacturing bases, their factories, their raw materials, the whole delivery mechanism was affected. At the same time, we also had to deal with, the human element where, there was now that fear that, there was a disease out there ravaging the world. So from our customers to our staff, and the people we interact with, we had to find a way to assure people that we can carry out these operations safely. And we had, different approaches to that, because there were some people who, basically did not believe in COVID-19 and thought it was a hoax. So they were not ready to take the safety precautions, to the other extreme where, some people were so scared that they were not ready to come out of their houses to do the most basic tasks. So within this time, we had to totally look at our processes, our delivery processes, to design a solution in which we can try to meet this increasing demand, within these very uncertain times. So it took a lot of, first of all, education of our staff and our customers on, the safety measures that, had to be taken, and to protect, all the stakeholders involved. So it required a lot of health, safety, and environmental issues, which maybe were not being strictly enforced before, to become very, very strictly observed. It also required getting our suppliers and our partners, to step up and try to meet some of our requirements, and then also to get the customers to understand that, in these uncertain times, we had to, face delays, which we will have to accommodate. But at the same time, also get people to adjust to the new ways of working, in which, instead of having, physical meetings, and extracting commitments, we're going to have people, basically working on their own in silos from homes, or remotely, and getting things done. So this was it was actually a much more human-based change initiative, where it's really the mindset of people to agree to work, in very different ways, because the technology, and the process has always been there, but adapting it to the current situations, was the challenge that we really had to deal with.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I think you've made a very valid point. Because as you rightly said, under this COVID-19 and at every period before then, the technology, the telecoms have been actually the main drivers. Because as I said earlier, every organization is finding themselves increasingly dependent on the services and the products that telecoms and IT, service providers are giving. So to that extent, I think it's good that we have to slightly interrogate again how routine should this process of business review, re-engineering be undertaken. I had the opportunity to sit on the board of ABC Transport PLC for about 6 or 7 years. And at a point, we had to do the BPR, because it was discovered that, of course, as you know, ABC was the first, structured transport company we have in Nigeria. Of course, there have been others before ABC was founded. But when ABC came, they put their processes in place and what have you. They have garages, they have stations where people board. But after a while, it was discovered that while the haulage was growing, the passenger operation, which would have been the main driver, was a bit stagnant. So at the point of the BPR, doing all the processes of the BPR, we found that, look, one of the things that was driving passengers away was this issue of limiting the speed for the drivers. You can imagine, while the company was doing that for safety, the passengers felt that, look, the vehicles were too slow, moving at 100 kilometers per hour. So that made some of them, but of course the company has to take a decision. Safety is paramount. It's not on everything that you have to, dance to certain things. So I'm saying that, but after that experience, because I read somewhere that the level of effectiveness, of BPR, the success factor, the success of BPR, in most cases has been between 50 to 70%. Of the cases have been successful. Why is it? And if that being the case, should BPR be a routine or should it be a one-off thing? Maybe I will start from the rear, Mr. Zika. Should companies do it as a kind of, maybe you do it every year, two yearly or 3 yearly or 5 yearly? Should there be a routine to it, or just, you do it when you have a turbulence? When the company has a kind of turbulence. What is your perspective on this?
Okay.
And if I may quickly interject, if we can keep our answers brief. I know we are running already back up on time, but this is a topic. So, Mr. Zeka, please answer that question.
Okay, quickly.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I'll try to be quick about this. Yeah, I think that, it's normal in business, for change to happen. So definitely there should be, a routine for business process re-engineering, or at least a review, to see, what's doing well and what's not doing well, and, what are the changes that have happened in the business environment, that need to be adjusted to. And then, of course, there will always be also surprises which happen, which will make you change your business processes, whether you like it or not. For example, the COVID-19 is an example of that. But be that as it may, I think it's very important, that when changes are made, that, it takes time to adjust to changes. So whether it's staff, whether it's customers, all the stakeholders involved, actually take time to adjust and understand, and assimilate those changes, and then you start to see the real benefits, of that change. So after the changes are done, you need to also give time for them to really, mature and produce, what the benefits will be. Yeah.
Okay,
now
thank you so much.
It's really clear. It's really clear from this discussion that this is a topic that definitely needs a lot of elaboration and more conversation. And I'm pretty certain, I'm hoping that each and every one of you on the panel here might be willing to come back in the future and perhaps do a session for us at PEEF so that we can invite audiences to listen to more of what you have to say with regards to business process engineering or re-engineering, which is certainly a very important topic, especially during this time of COVID-19, post and pre and post pandemic. So definitely, I want to thank you, Mr. Akonshile, for your insights and contribution. And I also want to thank the rest of our panelists who have shared their treasured perspectives and in their various areas of interest and professional fields. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And as we continue to move forward, I apologize. I know we're a little bit behind schedule, so I'm moving things a little bit around. We are going to have our next session, which is the Nurturing and Harnessing Diaspora for Talent and National Development. However, right after that, I am going to bring in Rajiv, who is going to quickly present the quiz to the participants, and then we're going to bring in retired Honorable Mark Simmons to make our closing remarks for today. So our next and very exciting topic is one that I and many find particularly challenging, not only during these uncertain times, but in general. Attracting and retaining good talent has always been a difficult task. However, attracting and retaining diaspora talent has proven to be quite the broad challenge. Joining us to talk about nurturing and harnessing diaspora talent for national development are three great individuals. Lead speaker, Ms. Alyssa Salazar Chukuma, the founder and managing principal for ES Africa and a recruitment and HR consulting firm that recruits highly skilled African diaspora for placements across sub-Saharan Africa. We also have panelist Oswald Bobadia, and an experienced entrepreneur and founder of DB Africa, an infrastructure and technology solutions provider in Africa, and also co-author of a recently released book, In Pursuit: Journeys in Africa Entrepreneurship. By the way, we also had the other co-author in our previous panel, Chukuma, who also was in one of the other panels as well. And we also have Dr. Sani Malami, an advisor to the governor of Bauchi State on multilateral affairs and focal officer of the Nigerian Diaspora Commission. So welcome everyone. Alyssa, I would let you kick off this conversation with some of your great content, and we'll open it up for a bit of discussion between the panelists, and then we'll move from there. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. And thank you everyone for joining us for this session to talk about attracting and retaining diaspora talent. I'm going to share my screen. I'm actually going to put on a presentation that will cover a number of the topics, hopefully that our panelists will also cover in terms of their own experience and expertise as well. So let's get right into it. Let's see. Okay, so this is the content that will be covered, but I'll get right into the presentation. So let me just pull up that. Some of the topics that will be covered in this content. Ahmed already gave a brief introduction to ES Africa. I'll go over it a little bit. We were established in the summer of 2014, initially to attract diaspora talent, to create partnerships with employers seeking international work experience. We've grown our network beyond diaspora talent to include some of the best homegrown talent in sub-Saharan Africa. So aside talent acquisition, we also advise our clients in other areas of outsourcing, in HR policy development, organizational advisory, salary survey, and payroll administration. So we provide these services in Anglo-speaking West, East, and South Africa as examples. So why are we here? What do we know? What we don't know? What we do know is that in 2019, over $5 billion was spent to recruit over 100,000 non-African expatriates. And we've seen that one of the reasons organizations are moving away from that is not just cost, but there's obviously a growing pressure to localize operations. So if you look closely at this next slide, the figure, I want you to pay attention to the green section. This survey was conducted in 2015. And so what it shows is that, over the next 5 to 10 years, there will be a great role that diaspora will play in terms of leadership. Now, the blue section, specifically Nigeria, about a third of those respondents, there's a willingness to return. Now, what is the reason behind that? Typically, when you look at why diaspora would consider returning, there's already a willingness to move back because of family or a sense of belonging. So what can employers do to tap into that? There should be a national effort that will encourage diaspora to return, to invest in their expertise, their skills, their experience. So employers, in terms of attracting diaspora talent, need to consider several things. Need to create a pathway for diaspora talent regarding the opportunity. And the opportunity has to talk about autonomy, flexibility, purpose, career path, and compensation. These are some of the things in the 15 years or so that I've been recruiting diaspora talent is a common conversation in why they would consider an opportunity to return home. Now, when you talk about autonomy and job flexibility, it means that diaspora talent want to be able to hone their skills, perfect the art of working smart, getting more done in less time, working cost effectively, especially in this new era of mean and lean work schematics. When you talk about purpose and career path, you know, it's a great role in training the next leadership generation. And so when diaspora talent are talking about what the opportunity presents, they see it as a way to sort of help younger generations learn these strategies that would increase productivity and obviously their leadership competency skills. One of the first hurdles as a recruiter in targeting diaspora talent has always been around compensation. You know, it's been around, well, I make this X amount of dollars. Can the role match this? And once they understand how compensation is structured in Nigeria, then we can move on to the next hurdle. So part of my role as a recruiter is for a prospective diaspora talent to understand how compensation is structured in Nigeria. And compensation figures in Nigeria is very different in every sector. There are certain sectors, obviously, that are more competitive than others where salaries are comparable to host countries, specifically maybe oil and gas and private equity. But the crucial part of the compensation conversation is more relevant for other industry sectors, SMEs, growing sectors and startup, because that's where we see the highest need and the highest interest in recruiting diaspora talent. So in talking with diaspora talent regarding compensation, what's important for them to consider is how salary, like I said, is structured in Nigeria, and paying attention to two very specific things, and that's income tax rate and the total cash compensation, what they understand to be salary. So income tax rate in Nigeria only applies to basic salary, which makes about 30% of the entire total cash compensation. Now, when you consider this versus 25 to 35% of total salary being taxed to middle income class earners, professional earners in the US making anywhere between 85 to 500,000 as an example. So I think once they understand this, it's an easier conversation to then talk more about the opportunity, because then they see the other benefits outside of the total cash compensation, you know, such as accommodation, car, plane tickets, and maybe one-time relocation assistance. So once we pass that initial conversation, it becomes an easier conversation to have about what the opportunity presents in the role to move back. And often the conversation around opportunity revolves around a role being transformative or a role where they're making a difference. And Oswald can, you know, and the panelists could talk about this because, you know, when he moved back, you know, his role was a transformative one with one of the big, you know, big bank institutions in Nigeria. So I think he can definitely speak to his experience regarding that. The attraction is often presented in the opportunity to join a company in a new and growing industry. A return home also often means that the country is still changing and evolving, but that the excitement is that you can play an important part in the changes that are going on. And so what you find is more and more diaspora talent are also considering the landscape, especially around entrepreneurship. where the two panelists can talk about their experience there as well, in areas where there are investments and innovations that are opening up opportunities in the energy sector, healthcare, agriculture, technology, as an example. When we talk to diaspora talent, especially those that are moving back with family and uprooting family, primary concerns are usually voiced around social issues, economic interest, personal safety. So personal safety and security addresses around the economic and political instability, which can obviously increase desperation in people, and that you can see that going on in some of the activities today. So diaspora, in considering such opportunities, will look at the higher cost of the living environment so that they can ensure a greater sort of sense of security for their families. Economic interests, which surrounds, like I said, uprooting family, starting over. It costs a lot more than I think that anyone can ever plan for, which is why you often hear the term soft landing in negotiations with prospective employers, because more than this is the long-term but immediate plan for social integration. And that means in building up social networks beyond work and settling in, if you're moving with family, your children's their education and their well-being. The positive side of this is that outside of these social issues is the enthusiasm I think diaspora talent come with in terms of the level of economic and social activities that are happening in Africa today. Now, one of the things in talking with organizations looking to recruit diaspora talent is how, you're building a sense of community, using the skills and expertise for these diaspora talent to be able to mentor and nurture local talent. So when smart, like-minded groups of people come together, they create powerhouses. They're able to achieve, positive, strong impact in communities. And you can see this, I think, where tertiary educations across Africa have benefited in the vast experience of African diaspora. And this can mean an exchange of teachers, research, public service, mentoring programs. Diaspora contribute to ongoing success of mentees who are on their own professional journey to become highly successful leaders themselves. So, when you look at community building, you're creating an even stronger, more visible and powerful community of leaders. And then lastly, we talk about how you continue to utilize and retain diaspora talent and what government can do to be able to engage diaspora in that initiative. So you look at, how governments can create a roadmap to engage diaspora. There's no roadmap, where one size fits all. You have states, and each of those states that have different needs, capabilities, and should consider their own economic and skills landscape to be able to create a roadmap to engage diaspora. One of the important things I think to consider is how you build trust with diaspora talent. And that's really through bringing them into the formation of developing policies, planning and implementation of those policies. These goals need to be realized. They need to be ambitious, but most importantly, it needs, like I said, need to include diaspora in setting those goals. I believe that those policies should be intentional by the government. They must integrate diaspora in their policies on migration. Policies and activities, they need to create favorable, flexible conditions for diaspora communities so that they can increase their contributions for development in their homeland. things to consider are overseas voting rights, as an example, because that gives obviously a greater voice in terms of the changes that needs to happen, at home. How you also maybe redefine the National Youth Service requirement as well, making it more flexible for diaspora to serve whilst working. Because obviously there are great restrictions imposed in certain sectors. You see that in financial services, as an example. Because with those restrictions, what happens is that you'll most likely only attract younger, less experienced diaspora talent who might come back, home to serve for a year, and after that go back to do an MBA. So employers can more easily employ more experienced diaspora talent whilst also fulfilling that NYSE requirement. We already know that there are certain industry sectors in Nigeria where that, there's an exemption. And I think that's for agriculture. And that obviously, is a sector that is seeing heightened, I think, innovation and investment. And therefore the requirements for skills and expertise is also heightened, hence maybe the exemption. So we see a lot of economic activities through diaspora bonds and remittances, where they send millions of dollars back home to sustain families. And this is often seen as the most direct and well-known link between migration and development. But what it cannot be seen as is diaspora, being seen as just cash cows. I think that there must be a greater value in this relationship. And so how you use that in terms of your development strategies to look at investments in education, to promote science and technology, to build infrastructure, to foster entrepreneurship. And I think lastly, what you want to consider, ministries or initiatives that are being created locally is to be able to mobilize stakeholder communities through partnerships with civil society, non-for-profit, private sector employers, to engage diaspora talent in maybe high-profile events. And maybe some of those things can happen through consular services abroad and how they partner maybe with universities, alumni networks, Africa clubs, to be able to engage diaspora talent and be able to communicate, I think, a language as to the need to engage diaspora talent and the opportunities that exist, but also to bring them into the conversation to be able to develop those policies. I think the last slide, hopefully Ahmed will be able to share with the audience later on. It's just some further reading that you can take on your own. And I'd like to open up to the panelists now, to talk about their own experience, especially, around some of the transformative roles that they've been a part of, and especially the growing landscape for entrepreneurship as well. Ahmed, over to you.
Thank you so much, Alyssa. This is great and timely. I know as a person in diaspora myself, it's always been an interesting topic as we continue to explore these types of opportunities and how we can engage with our colleagues and other professionals back home. Now we have two amazing contributors today, Oswald and Dr. Sani Malami. I would like to start with Oswald. I know Oswald recently, or not too long ago, made a transition home, took that same step. So maybe we can start with him sharing some of his experiences, and then we can talk to Dr. Sani Malami. I know he is currently engaged in a number of initiatives and activities in engaging the diaspora talent from his state. So maybe we can hear a little bit more about that, and perhaps you can have they have some additional inputs that they wish to have too. So Oswald, why don't we start with you? Oswald, are you here? That's okay. Why don't we go ahead with Dr. Sani Malami, and then we can come back to Oswald.
Thank you very much, Ahmed and fellow participants. It's been such an awesome day, and we have gained so much listening to all these amazing speakers this afternoon. First of all, as I've been introduced, I I'm an advisor to the governor of Bauchi State, and within my purview to explore opportunities for economic, social, and other engagements with the diaspora. And that has taken me a lot around Nigeria and also in talking to some of the diaspora. And one of the conversations which has been ongoing for a long time, I believe, and which I find quite unhelpful is this the conversation around the mechanism for harnessing the talent. I think the conversation has been dominated for too long by a kind of reverse and understanding that plays out a kind of reverse migration dominating most of the conversation. And I think that is very unhelpful, particularly with the recent experiences we've seen that in a physical sense, if Nigeria is to properly and fully exploit the potential of the diaspora. I think in a physical sense, that would not be an absolute necessity. We've seen with the recent corona pandemic and what is called the new normal. Nowadays, we've seen that with the use of technology, quite a lot could be achieved remotely. And I think this is one of those areas that we can explore in Nigeria, given the challenges in Nigeria, which have already been mentioned by Eliza and in some instances also by Ahmed. That is one. And secondly, as has been mentioned at the subnational level, the states are at different stages of development. And this dovetails into the conversations on how states are able to exploit their own respective opportunities talent-wise. But there is room for collaboration and cooperation among and within the states. In just one instance, I would like to give an example, that is in the health sector. We've seen, for instance, some of the states in the Southwest have benefited a lot in terms of their own diaspora for many years, for up to 10 years. I believe through the Association of Physicians in Americas, for instance, which has contributed a lot in providing relief, in providing medical services in those states for the poor and vulnerable. And there's a big difference, as can be seen, in terms of not just providing care, but also in terms of the support and skills development which has been imparted and these are very rare skills in some instances, orthopedics, spinal surgery, what have you, heart surgery. And these are the kind of areas where I think there's room for collaboration within and also collaboration across the seas for our own people to benefit. These are just two areas where I think there's room for the conversation to continue. One, the physical sense of a reverse migration is not absolutely necessary. Secondly, the way the need for collaboration and cooperation within and without to see that the talents are properly harnessed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Oswald, it looks like you are back. Let me come back to you. Are you there? All right. It may be that Oswald is experiencing something. Dr. Malami, I have a question for you. For instance, I myself, I am at the Harvard Medical School, and I see a lot of Nigerian students who come to the medical school for education, really aspiring young professional. And when they complete their medical school, many times at first they are eager to return home, but when they look at the opportunities back home, I find also that there are lots of conversations happening regarding, okay, what are the chances of me being successful as a medical doctor back in Nigeria versus, trying to find opportunities in the host country to continue to stay. What are some of the things that you can say to professionals in medicine or in other areas in terms of taking a risk to come back home? Or is there a way that folks can perhaps consider if timing is an issue?
Thank you, Ahmed. What you've mentioned is the rule rather than the exception. In quite a lot of instances, diaspora attempts to relocate, so to speak, back to the country and to the fatherland has been met with this kind of challenges. And I think what is missing is mental preparation. Like you talk of students who have had the opportunity of going to Harvard, and that is talking about the Western societies. This I would consider the Harvard Society to be top rate.
Sorry, it looks like we may have some connection issue with Dr. Malami. Alyssa, let me bring you back in if there's an interruption there.
Sure.
Where perhaps in the United States, pardon me? So unlike
go ahead.
Okay, unlike perhaps in the United States where there is a definite career path for those in public health, which you've mentioned, and which of course happens to be my own area of specialization. I think what is very, very attractive about the relocation to Nigeria is this wonderful opportunity for one to get engaged, not only professionally, but also the community participation which comes with these opportunities. So mental preparation, also in addition, knowledge. One is to study where one is moving to, and also like Elsa has said earlier, the issues of compensation, the issues of security should be properly taken. But I tell you that it is a very, very satisfying and gratifying step once it is taken. I've seen a lot of diaspora that have made that decision and they have not regretted it.
Mm-hmm. Now, Alyssa, and from a professional perspective, Oswald, is that you? Are you back?
I'm finally back. I had internet
problems. That's okay. I know with the technical issues, I understand. So we were just talking about your experience and the experience that you had in returning home from diaspora to take up opportunities. So maybe you can share with us some of your experience.
Yeah, I actually heard when you were casing that up, and the minute you stopped talking, the internet went out. So I moved back to Nigeria about 15 years ago. I heard you say recent. That is not recent. That's a long time now. And as Elisa said, I think one of the things that you realize as you start to develop your career, you start to understand what things attract you when it comes to work. Is it operational type, work, or is it transformational type projects? And I found that that I kind of got a kick out of doing transformation type projects, which you do them when you are in the States or in the UK, but not to the extent when you come to a place like Nigeria where there's a lot of need and there's still a lot of areas for development. So it's kind of exciting to anybody who likes to impact change and lead transformation projects also in difficult environments, which what Nigeria is. So you find that this will attract you, regardless of the issues that you may encounter. You may find that this is very attractive to you. So my experience pretty much was, I guess coming back to Nigeria and fall in love with home again after being away in the States for a very long time. And, started plotting a plan of returning back home. And a lot of things in Elisa's slide, I mean, she pretty much said it all. A lot of things in Elisa's slide kind of covers the things that you go through, understanding what the definition of the role is, understanding how much help you're going to get and how much help you're not going to get. Dealing with the compensation translation issue in the sense that you make X in the state and now you're going to make, this in Naira, and what does that mean? And I think a speaker earlier kind of spoke to the fact that the FX and the change in FX how it affects you in the long term. But those are some of the things you don't think about when you move back home 15 years ago. But it definitely is something you should consider in this given day on what your income, how your income will shift as time goes on. Moving home is I think one of the other things that we do when we actually I'll say two things, and let me stop there so questions I can catch up on the questions. One is that because you're Nigerian,
and you grew up in Nigeria, you tend to think you're not going to have a culture shock. That in itself is a fallacy. You will have a culture shock because you're re-entering a new market. And the second one is that, you know, you also need to understand that the environment you're coming, you had a lot of assistance, and you potentially won't have that same, you know, level of assistance. So an example I always give is that if you are a trader and you pick stocks for a living, but when you worked at a financial institution in the UK or in the US, you probably had a very fantastic research team. So when you move to Nigeria, you may find that you may be the research team. So you have to have that in your consideration. And those two factors may lead to, you know, early failure if you don't consider them seriously when you move back to Nigeria or any other environment like Nigeria.
Excellent. Dr. Malami, I know you are currently, you have some initiatives that are being executed in Bauchi. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Thank you, Ahmed. So what is currently we are part of a national network of diaspora focal offices. So far, there are about 29 states which have established diaspora offices. And these are points of contact, first contact between the state governments, that is sub-national governments, with the diaspora. We're in the process in Bauchi. I think we're a little behind other states in this regard. We're in the process of building up a database of diaspora in many countries, and to our surprise, we're realizing that the citizens of Bauchi State were doing great things in many other countries, in Bulgaria, some in so many countries, in Bahrain, and then of course the bigger locations. Like, so we're learning a lot of things as we're building up this database. We've opened up a conversation which we hope to at some point involve the topmost level of the government. The governor himself will be joining the conversation, which has been going on remotely. It's been very, very, very interesting talking for the first time to some of our citizens who have been out of the country for 10 years, 20 years, or 15 years. They have so many awesome ideas they want to share with us at home, and they are so excited to hear about the developments at home. And so these are the kind of ways we are hoping to engage and actually attract talent home. And we're hoping in the next couple of weeks to open up that space, in the sense that we want to make it possible for perhaps to have a direct one-on-one with them when they come into the country. They can always step into their offices. They can have access to the government offices, government officers in very many areas, in commerce, in perhaps they want to come to help themselves to establish a company or their own family members. So many exciting things are happening at this level, and I'm so excited to be part of this.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Alyssa, is there any additional comments you would like to make before we move on?
Yeah, I think it's important what Dr. Malami and Oswald said about being able to assimilate. And oftentimes when I talk with diaspora talent, you know, I get a sense as to their background and how often they travel home, so that it isn't a complete shock. Yes, you have those that have been, you know, outside for many years or didn't grow up in Nigeria as an example, but you do have a great, I think, population of those that do make it once or twice home a year. And so the transition maybe isn't as great, but yes, I think the culture shock thing is a definite. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Alyssa, for sharing your key areas for consideration when exploring diaspora talent. And thank you, Oswald. I know you had some internet connection issue, but we're glad that you were able to join us. Dr. Malami, thank you also for your valuable contribution to this topic and for your ongoing efforts. So I'm going to bring in Rajiv, who is going to quickly run the quiz, and then we are going to move on to our exciting keynote, closing keynote address speaker for today.
Let me unmute myself. Yes, thanks, Ahmed. Let me quickly share the rules of the game so that the new people, those who have joined us, also see this. There are going to be 5 questions, and your answers need to be in the exact sequence. And the answers need to be sent to this WhatsApp number, which is displayed on the screen in one go. You have to write your name, your mobile number on the top, and then the question number, and then the answer directly. Winners will be on first come and first serve basis. And the PEEF management decision is going to be final on this. So now here you see the questions. 5 questions on your screen, and either you can take a screenshot or you can answer it right now on your WhatsApp and send that to the number which is displayed on the screen here.
I'm going to let that sit for at least maybe 30 seconds or so, and then
yeah, let's keep it for 30 seconds.
To the next part of the program. And good luck to all our participants.
And please stay around because we are going to announce the winners after this session. After the closing session, we will announce the winners just now. So I'm counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we stop sharing the screen. Over to you, Ahmed. You can take the next session now. Thank you.
Somebody had a quick question. What if they don't have WhatsApp? Is there any other way that they can participate?
They can send a SMS, but 808-75606-378. That's the
maybe if you can flash it one more time real quick. There you go. Put it in the chat. Thank you.
Thanks, Ahmed.
Excellent. So we are approaching the end of this year's 4th annual PEEF conference. It has been quite an exciting day with lots of great information, lots of amazing participation, wonderful questions from our participants, a lot of great from our panelists and our speakers today. Up next, I would like to introduce an individual. Until recently, our final speaker for today was the Foreign and Commonwealth Office Minister with responsibilities for Africa, the Caribbean, UK overseas territories, and international energy and conflict prevention. He served as a member of the UK Parliament for 14 years and was senior advisor to Prime Minister David Cameron. His work focused on driving and facilitating inward investment into Africa across a range of economic sectors, including hydrocarbons, financial services, infrastructure, energy, and agriculture. He has immense knowledge of the economic and political composition of Africa and African governments, countries, and region. He currently serves in several international roles, including chairman of the advisory board of the Global Investment Platform and Invest Africa, and is also a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council. I would like to give a cordial welcome to retired Honorable Mark Simmons to give us our closing keynote address for the 4th annual PEEF conference. Now I know retired Honorable Mark, you just came back from a trip in Ghana, so you must be exhausted from that long journey. Welcome and thank you for taking the time this noon.
It's my pleasure. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And Ahmed, thank you very much for that kind introduction. As you rightly said, I've just flown back in, arrived back in the UK this morning from a few days in Ghana, trying to facilitate inward investment, not only into Ghana, but also into the West African region, including Nigeria. So I'm delighted to be able to speak to you this afternoon from the United Kingdom. And I also just want to start by congratulating PEEF for organising this excellent conference. I've been able to listen to the last couple of hours and I've been hugely impressed by the quality and the number of distinguished speakers you've had as part of your panels today. Not just from Nigeria, although obviously, as ever, the Nigerians that you've pulled together have been hugely impressive, but also speakers from around the world. And I think that demonstrates very clearly the enthusiasm and excitement and the potential that a global audience sees in the Nigerian economic story, which obviously has been impacted by COVID, as elsewhere in the world has been as well. But I also just want to very briefly just say to you that I think we need to all individually reflect on the recent events that have happened in Nigeria. And it is with some sadness that I've read some of the events, but also just to emphasize the importance of youth in Nigeria, because those Nigerians who are younger than me and younger than most of us who've been participating in this excellent event today are the future. And without meeting their aspirations, Nigeria is going to find it more complicated to go forward. But on a more positive note, I also want to add my congratulations to Nigeria as a country. You've made a significant achievement in reaching your 60th birthday on the 1st of October. You're a very disparate and diverse country. And I know it hasn't always been easy and sometimes not even comfortable. But I think as Nigerians, you need to be congratulated on the progress that's been made, and particularly with the huge amount of diversity that you have in Nigeria, whether it be linguistically, ethnically, religious, or geographically. And this diversity, I think, should be not an issue of concern, but should be celebrated as one of the great strengths of Nigeria, to bring different skill sets, different aspirations, and different experiences together to create a real lasting growth story for Nigeria, not just that's happened recently, but going forward into the future, obviously in a legitimate, sustainable way. I think it would be remiss of me if I didn't recognize some of the impacts that have happened in Nigeria because of COVID. But what I would also say to you is that, and I saw this firsthand in Ghana yesterday and previously in the week, that in West Africa, you have coped far better with the challenges that COVID has thrown down than we have in the UK and has happened elsewhere in Europe. We're seeing a very significant second spike, significant increase in hospitalizations, increasing number of people catching the virus, increasing number of deaths as well. And there are various reasons that could explain this, but I think you also need to stand up as Nigerians and say, we've done well. We've had some challenges, and some of those were unpacked a little earlier in your program. But I think that means it's going to make it easier for Nigerians and others in West Africa to rebound from the impact of COVID. Now, you just take a moment to look back and see what the situation was prior to coronavirus coming to Africa and Nigeria. I would argue that Africa and Nigeria, and of course there were challenges, but was in reasonable shape. There was progress in health, there was progress in education, there was progress in economic outcomes. And if you look back at the early 2020 macroeconomic fundamentals, they were improving. The investment was holding up. It was more than making up from the collapse or the retreat of consumptions. There was progress on the United Nations Strategic Development Goals. Then COVID struck. And obviously that had an impact, particularly with the retreat of oil prices as demand for oil around the world reduced significantly. And of course, the African Development Bank, that many of you will know, have predicted the first recession in Africa for half a century, and also a very significantly increased debt burden, perhaps in some countries up to 60 to 70% more than was the case before COVID hit, which will obviously have a knock-on impact of increasing unemployment, exacerbating poverty, and other serious issues like creating food insecurity. And this might have a particular impact in Nigeria. But there is, I think, a number of solutions to this. And one of the weaknesses, and I'm going to come to the strengths later, of which there are many, but one of the weaknesses of Nigeria's economy is that it hasn't yet sufficiently diversified away from an over-reliance, particularly on government revenues from the oil sector. And this lack of diversification is a leading factor in economic fragility, which obviously is magnified by COVID-19. And economies that are weakened by lack of diversification are more susceptible to a global crisis. So there's one message that I want to leave you with. If you hear nothing else from me this afternoon, it's that all of you in the public sector and the private sector, in your various economic sectors that are listening today, must focus and implement evidence-based policy that delivers economic diversity within Nigeria. That is within the formal economy, so it enables both federal and state governments to have increased reliable tax revenues to support public services and to support Nigerians who fall on difficult economic times with targeted support. So one of the key elements about economic diversification, which must include as many Nigerians as possible from across all of the 36 states, which will facilitate an unleashing of the huge entrepreneurial dynamism and the flow and flavor of entrepreneurial flair which exists in Nigeria. And I've seen this myself as I've traveled around Nigeria from Kaduna through to Lagos, Abuja, and down to the River State as well. There's a real appetite, hunger, and enthusiasm to make a real contribution to the economic story in Nigeria. But it's not just down to the private sector. I'm going to say a little bit more in a moment about where I see the major private sector opportunities in Nigeria post-COVID. But I also think there needs to be public sector governmental policy responses to the COVID challenge to make sure there is inclusive growth and nation building going forward. The first, the Nigerian government and the central banks must find a mechanism to put some liquidity into the economy with targeted support, both at national level, but also at state level as well. Secondly, the private sector needs to be freed up to flourish, to grow, and to allow companies to thrive. As Ronald Reagan once said, when somebody says to me, the government are coming, I run the other way. I'm not suggesting that the government hasn't got a role to play, it has, but it shouldn't be getting in the way of allowing private sector to thrive and to grow. Thirdly, money should be earmarked from the centre for scientific, social and economic research, which then feeds into public sector policy formulation and creates opportunities for the private sector to work with research, either at universities or at other levels, to understand where the opportunities arise. And I also think that, if I may just sort of make a sort of constructive comment, there's a real opportunity in the 21st century with technology that now exists for both the public and private sector in Nigeria to forge global and continental partnerships. And that's with businesses that exist in different parts of the continent that do the same things that your business does, or it's other private sectors, public sectors who would benefit from Nigeria's public sector expertise in certain sectors. You could teach others how to develop key areas of public sector policy. And technology makes this much, much easier. There needs to be additional resources for public health and the health sector. There was commentary of this earlier, and they're absolutely right. And some of the discussions that we've just had about the diaspora and perhaps some health sector professionals choosing not to come back to Nigeria for all the reasons that we were talking about before. But again, technology provides solutions for this with those global partnerships that a Nigerian surgeon who might be based in New York in the United States or London in the United Kingdom can provide operations via telemedicine in rural Nigeria. The technology exists to do that. So there needs to be much greater emphasis, I think, on that. And finally, there needs to be institutional public sector capacity building, which should be focused on helping lower transaction costs to allow the private sector simply to make more profit. Because if the private sector are making more profit, it will mean they can afford to pay more taxes. If they can afford to pay more taxes by having greater resources, that will in turn allow greater building institutional capacity in the public sector. It's a virtuous circle, and I'm not sure quite enough emphasis has been put on that yet. Also, hugely positively, there is a very exciting Pan-African initiative, which many of you will know about, the African Free Trade Initiative, which will go live on January the 1st. And I know in Nigeria, there has been a very healthy debate about whether this is a good thing, whether it's a bad thing, whether it will harm Nigerian businesses or whether it will create opportunities. I've been involved in some of those discussions, and I would argue that it is not only a healthy and passionate and a correct debate to have, but my advice would be to Nigeria to grasp every opportunity that this free trade area provides. It is a huge opportunity, and you have far more to gain than you have to lose. So remove those barriers to trade. Protectionism doesn't work. There's no economic model in history that has shown that protectionism works. Remove unfriendly import and export tariff barriers and unhelpful customs duties. It will facilitate a huge increase in local manufacturing and rebuild supply chains and reverse, sadly, some of the over-reliance on imports from sectors that Nigeria used to provide for itself. So in this space, I think one of the beneficial economic side effects of COVID-19 in Nigeria is it will lead to the rebalancing of local supply chains. Whether the huge textile sector in Kaduna that used to employ tens of thousands of Nigerians bounces back, we'll have to wait and see. But manufacturing, textiles, agricultural supply chains, I think are all going to come back as people want to source from the local economy. There's also another very exciting initiative which is coming out of the African Free Trade Agreements, which is an African Union sponsored African e-trade platform, which is basically digitalizing the continent. So it will enable Nigerians and Nigerian businesses to sell their goods online. So a consumer in not just in Angola, but in Egypt or Mozambique or Kenya will be able to buy Nigerian goods, and consumers in Nigeria will be able to buy goods from that part of the world, all online, all paid for online, with the currencies all sorted out in between. And this goes live on the 1st of January as well. It's tied to the African Trade Agreement. So I would ask all of you to look at this opportunity, seize the opportunity. And Ahmed, if there's anybody listening who wants to participate in this, if you would be kind to gather their names, I will be very happy to put them in touch with the people so they can join that. There are going to be 250,000 African SMEs on this platform by the 1st of January to give you access to a continental marketplace, 1.2 billion people, not just the 200 million you have in Nigeria. And for those of you who are listening in the public sector, there is going to be e-government platform that is going to be part of this digital e-commerce platform as well. So something for everybody in that. There is in addition to the e-commerce platform, I think one of the side effects of coronavirus, not just in Nigeria, but across the world, will be an acceleration of digitalization. So the sort of communication that we're having today from participants around the world will become the norm, not just for talking to each other, but for commercial activity as well. And I was part involved in one of the reasons I was in Ghana. There is a very significant amount of capital and expertise looking to come from Europe and the United States into Nigeria and elsewhere into Africa to partner with African businesses and Nigerian businesses to put in place their own e-commerce platforms, from people, for example, who've done the Walmart e-commerce, who've done the Walgreen e-commerce in the United States of America. And there's a huge amount of statistics that support revenue growth up to 36% per annum if your business gets it right through these e-commerce platforms. And it almost doesn't matter what economic sector you're in. It could be fashion, it could be food, it could be electricals, toys, DIY, furniture, personal care, etc. All of these goods can be bought and paid for securely online. But there are challenges, and each jurisdiction will have to resolve these challenges in its own way. Distribution, for example, outside urban areas could be a challenge in some of the rural parts of Nigeria. But with the extensive motorbike companies you've got, retail outlets could be points where people could come and pick up the goods they've ordered either through their telephones or online. There also has to be convincing consumers. There's obviously still in some parts of Nigeria a lack of consumer trust in these mechanisms. But I would just argue you always have to put the consumer first. And I think once people have used it once or twice and realize that they get what they pay for within a reasonable time frame, I think that will be, people will build in confidence. And of course, there's a role for government, making sure that the regulatory structures are in place, as are the data protection and privacy hurdles protecting people's information online. And I was very interested in the debate that you've just had, led by Elisa, about the diaspora. It's a hugely important area. And not only is it important to persuade Nigerians who maybe have built careers abroad to come back to Nigeria to help the economic and social growth story, but again, with technology, you can participate in the Nigeria story without necessarily having to come back full-time to Nigeria. And the point that Elisa made very specifically about remittances is a very, very important one, that Nigerians working abroad mustn't just be seen as a cash cow. And I don't think as yet in Nigeria we've seen the sophisticated remittances that exist, for example, that go back to the Philippines, whereby people remit money for specific things like street lighting in a specific street where their grandmother happens to live, or some solar panels in the village where their parents live. Specific remittances for specific purposes, which again can be done quite easily with modern day technology. Now, in sort of concluding, there are sort of three just areas I very quickly just want to trot through, because I think they should be main focus for Nigerian policymakers and economic opportunities as Nigeria comes out of the challenges that coronavirus has put. And some of these were a little bit discussed earlier in your conference. And the first is education, developing human capital, making sure that Nigerians have the skill set to participate in a modern 21st century economy. And as a point that was raised on one of the questions that was put up earlier, we all know that education across Nigeria is not uniform. It's not yet at the threshold and the quality that we would all like to see. But there is a very interesting number of companies coming both from elsewhere in Africa, but also from Europe and the US, who want to participate with Nigerian partners in building these skills. So vocational education, training people from the age of both in school age and after school age and adult education, to give them the skills, not just to become plumbers and electricians, but to teach them how to use IT, how to code an IT, how to therefore get the jobs that are really going to drive the Nigerian economy into the next stage. So train the trainers, so training Nigerian people to deliver these important curriculums, things like BTEC qualifications, not just the academic qualifications that perhaps traditionally those of us who are on this conference today have participated in. And obviously qualifications that have a global recognition to enable Nigerians to go and work abroad and then come back once they've gained experience and knowledge elsewhere to help Nigerian businesses to grow. And of course, that can happen in a virtual workspace as we're having today. And particularly with girls and women, making sure that there is a fair distribution of resources to enable women to participate in the modern 21st century economy. I always used to say when I was the Africa minister, that if you're not educating your women and your girls, you're leaving 50% of your best players on the bench, to use a footballing analogy. And I still think that's very true. And if we're honest with ourselves, there's still a lot more that could be done in that space. And this, of course, will lead to increased productivity, efficiency in the key economic sectors via community learning centres, continuous teacher professional development, career development as well. So two sectors I talked about before was e-commerce and the digital economy. Second was education. And the third one is agricultural technology and agricultural processing. So we're all aware in Nigeria of the importance of creating jobs, sustainable jobs, well-paid jobs that enable people to provide for themselves and their families. And no sector is more important in Nigeria than agriculture. Not subsistence agriculture, but moving from that to commercial and ultimately industrial scale agriculture. And there's a huge amount of technology in this sector looking for a home. It comes from Europe, Asia, Israel, to facilitate more efficient seeds, more efficient aquaculture, not growing fish, farming fish on land, but still in water, so you don't have to take the fish out of the sea or the rivers. And they're looking both for places to invest and for Nigerian partners as well, and AI platforms to control pests and diseases. So there's a lot of excitement in that particular area. Now, I know we're running late, so thank you for listening to me. I just want to conclude just by saying I'm personally very optimistic about the future of Nigeria. There have been challenges, not just coming out of COVID, but as we've seen in the last 24, 48 hours as well. But Nigeria has a youthful population, it has an entrepreneurial population, it has an innovative population, and it needs to harness the natural human capital that it has. But governance matters. A combination of good governance, transparent governance, and the natural flair of the Nigerian people, I think, will lead to a very exciting medium-term future, as long as you deliver inclusive growth and nation building as well. The world is watching Nigeria. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, retired Honorable Mark Simmons, for your great and encouraging closing remarks. You know, you mentioned quite a number of different things, and you also touched upon a few of the had and how relevant it is overall. So thank you so much once again for taking the time and for making the time, you know, especially after such a busy schedule. So at this time, I would like to invite my colleagues actually to join me, the chairman of the conference planning team, Rajiv Sharma, and also Ahemen Hon, as we have come to know her as Emanuela, to join us in announcing the winners of our short quiz.
Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you. Before we announce the winners, I just want to tell people, life is a quiz, and we don't have answers to all the questions. We should always try next time. Emanuela, over to you.
And Rajiv, if I may say, if it's okay, if we do announce the winners, if we can bring them on to the screen so that we can see who they are.
I would suggest they may not be ready to put on their videos,
sure,
but we can enable them to talk.
Sure, that sounds great.
Sense?
That sounds great.
Definitely. So as she announced, because she has the.
Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you, Rajiv. It has been a very exciting session. I'm sure everyone can attest to that. Well, I'm happy to announce 5 winners for the quiz. And in third place for the quiz, we have 2 winners, and they are Aminu Hamayo. Please pardon me if I don't pronounce the name well. We have Aminu Hamayo in third place, Abiodun Shakira, third place. They have won the prize of the Samsung A11. Congratulations to you.
Let's put hands together for them. Aminu, if you are listening.
So we have Aminu Hamayo for third place.
Unmute you.
Aminu Hamayo and Abiodun Shakira for third place.
Yeah, please raise your hand so that we can unmute you to bring and speak to the. I can see somebody allowed to talk. Aminu, yes, we'd like to hear you. You can unmute yourself, Aminu.
Well, thank you very much. You know, it's really been a very, very pleasant surprise for me to have been part of the winners. I actually joined in the program late, because I had to be somewhere. But I think it's quite, encouraging. Some of the statements we've had from Mr. Rajiv, from some other speakers, encouraging us as Nigerians. We look forward, to participating in many more of such, discussions. Thank you.
Thanks, Aminu. Ayman, let's continue with the second prize.
Okay, for second place, we have Akinola Akinwole and Jennifer Okere. Akinola Akinwole and Jennifer Okere. Are they here?
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues and professionals in the industry. I started a bit late as well, but the I joined was, I was happy I joined at the end of the day. I've learned a lot in terms of leadership. I've learned a lot from my other colleagues in the industry and senior colleagues, most importantly, and how I can bring this to bear in my own little way in my organization. Currently, I head human capital management for a leading foremost insurance company in Nigeria. And I hope to bring to bear all the things I've learned from senior and professional colleagues here today. Thank you very much.
Okay, I can see Jennifer also raising hand. I'm going to unmute, allowed to talk. Jennifer, can you please unmute yourself now?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to learn under the feet of great men and women. I am really, really grateful. I am privileged to be a part of this webinar. I have learned a lot about Nigeria, my country, and I have also learned a lot about being a better leader and how to lead my team. I'm really, really grateful for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Jennifer. Very well done.
Thank you.
Emanuela, you are going to give the topmost announcement. Yes. And then I will tell the people what are the right answers.
Okay. Now for the first prize, in first place we have Adebayo Akim. Adebayo Akim. He has got himself a Samsung A31. Is he here?
Is he around?
Adebayo Akim.
Okay, yes. Ask to unmute. Adebayo, can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you so very much, everybody, the organizers and the participants. It's a pleasure. It's my first time actually attending the conference. I'm a task consultant and a business development person. So basically, it's touched almost practically every aspect that I desired, that I actually came in to listen. So it's actually mind-opening. There were so many things I just learned that I probably will spread the goodwill and the good news to my clients alike. Thank you very much. The price is an add-on, but for me, the goal is the attendance and the knowledge I've gained so far. I can't thank you enough. Thank you, God bless.
Congratulations, Adebayo. That should be the spirit. Like, price is an add-on. Yeah. Knowledge, everybody got that, right? So some people are asking what is the right answer. So let me quickly share it. I will share the slide. I think everybody got the right answer to first question. That was 744, something like that. And what is the full name of the chairman? A lot of people got this right. According to Mr. Peter Roby, what is the growth of Utopia? It is 6%. He mentioned that. How many process steps came in business process reengineering? It was again 6. And when was PEEF formed? Date, that is 9th of October, 2016. We had the PEEF. People. So these were the simple answers to all the questions. Over to you, Ahmed, so that you can invite our Dr. Rabiu Musa for the
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, everyone, once again for your participation at this year's PEEF conference. We are delighted that you created the time to participate. I would like at this point to also invite the Executive Secretary of PEEF, Dr. Musa Rabiu, to say a few final words and give some additional closing remarks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ahmed, for a very fantastic work you have done today. It's been quite a very busy, exciting conference. This is the 4th conference we're having in a row. I must say that it has been the best so far. I'm very delighted to make these closing remarks. As we have made steady progress since 2016, when PEEF was formed. This 4th conference has been expertly planned and executed. In fact, one of the participants' feedback, which I saw, says, wow, all these conferences for free? If you agree with this feedback, would you give yourself an applause because you have made it successful? I can't hear your applause, but please clap for yourself because you made the conference successful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So on this note, I would like to formally congratulate all of us at this conference for achieving this level of success, in spite of the fact that it is virtual and we have participation from 4 continents. This has been a remarkable achievement. We had in the past physical, conferences, but this really has been it. If we look at the level of participation, it also has met our expectation. We had about 250 pre-conference registration, and I think about 104 states throughout. It dropped to about 80, but that is expected. There are some technical issues which prevented certain persons from participating. All that being said, the theme of the conference, Strategic Leadership for Economic Rejuvenation, has been apt. The faculty has been world-class, I should say. We heard that from the Right Honorable himself. So we should really congratulate ourselves once again that we have delivered expert, package conference. It's rather unfortunate that in Nigeria now we have some youth restiveness due to certain socio-economic, political challenges. We believe at PEF that the outcome of this conference will go a long way to providing solutions to some of the problems we're having with our youths. Let me seize this opportunity to also remind us, because at the beginning of the conference, the chairman of the Board of Trustees did enumerate our vision statement, mission statement, and core values. But he left out the objectives. I would just like to quickly do that. The first objective for our organization, which is a non-profit organization, is to focus on sharing information with regards to skills management. Two, also to ensure that we enhance the productive base of the country and of course the continent in terms of improving the GDP. Three, to improve the skills management awareness, which I'm grateful to hear from the feedback that this conference has been very impactful, a lot of knowledge shared. So that is awareness. But the next thing is apply what you have acquired to be more productive where you are, either as a tax practitioner, HR person, a lawyer, and so on and so forth. Also, the fourth one is to support skills development initiatives in Nigeria and Africa at large by collaboration with institutions such as Industrial Development Fund, consultants who are into skills management. And the last but not the least objective is to promote Africa as a source for valued skill resource pool. So Africa should provide the talent which will not only contribute to its own development, but could be a source of developing other, other territories after we have met our own needs. So it could be, migration, but after, the surplus has met our needs. So these are the objectives for PEF, because some of us are new, and it's important to create the awareness around why PEF exists. Now, this is the fourth conference. The previous conference had different themes. The first one was in 2017, and the theme was industry value chain and safety in the construction sector. All right, we focus on the competency of those who operate in that sector in terms of skill set. The second conference in 2018 focused on education versus reality. And the conference last year focused on universal healthcare coverage for Nigerians. Now, these topics are still relevant, but some of the issues that came up in previous conferences also resonated in this conference this year. So what are the takeaways? And these are just my quick notes based on the conference proceedings. A lot of valuable points were made, but a few. One, education and talent development is critical for our sustained development as a nation and as a continent, with particular reference to technical and vocational education training, and with application, particularly in agribusiness, because we need to move from having the skills to really applying the skills to boost our gross domestic product. Second point for me as a takeaway is with COVID-19, the experience now is for us to re-engineer the way we run businesses. So business re-engineering has come to stay, but also expanding the investment portfolios. I was listening to the session on financial planning, and really we need to see where do we invest our time, our money, our energy. I think that's a takeaway we should go and focus on and put into practice. Third one for me is healthcare and exploring technology in getting healthcare. And here with COVID-19, it's difficult to move around physically, but you can also use some apps like Tremendoc, which is an app to be used. So we're getting more tech savvy as we move into the future post COVID-19. Number four for me, takeaway is expanding the employment opportunities to address the Nigerian youth restiveness. This is key. And the more productive what we do, especially through new investments, we'll be able to do that rather than rely on government to create the jobs, which is not possible. And finally, leadership skills. Leadership skills. The session by Mrs. Deepa George with the tasks model is quite interesting. So it's something to look at. But as leaders, we need to sharpen our leadership skills and move forward. So what are the next steps for us at PEEF beyond this conference that has been successful? Well, the core planning team of the conference, chaired by Mr. Shaman, we prepared the conference report, which will include the communique for PEEF management. And we will then take the next steps to engage the stakeholders in public and private sector, create awareness, and also get compliance in terms of actionable execution of our recommendations. For those who might be interested to join PEEF, as you can see, it's a pro bono, service organization. So if you have expertise that you want to share, you can contact the secretariat. You can contact me, and then we take it forward. We also have a platform that we use to engage on a daily basis. Now to the final stage of appreciating all those who have made today successful. For me, the starting point is our Creator, God Almighty, who has sustained us and who has made today successful. We appreciate Him for that. We also appreciate our speakers, the faculty. We have brilliant, speakers today, world-class speakers, and starting with the keynote speaker, Chief Bayoju, whose paper was presented by Ambassador Abdul-Yakin Abilagbo. We appreciate you. Of course, Mr. Peter Obi, former governor of Anambra State, who has been very gracious, is far away in the UK, but volunteered to be part of this. And he gave us quite inspirational, talk, particularly with regards to how do you reduce cost of governance. I think he used an example of reducing the size of his motorcade as one area of really reducing cost of governance. We appreciate you. Dr. Aminu Gamawa, who spoke on the planning for post-COVID, along with Mr. Peter Obi. And then we had the panel, the first panel headed by Paul Alaje, that focused on financial planning and implementation challenges. We appreciate you, and as well as Mr. Chukuma, the panelist, Alhaji Ali Shata, panelist, Dr. Ken Anirobi, the moderator. We appreciate you. We also had the erudite professor, Professor Patrick Utomi. He's never tired of this kind of forum. We really appreciate you, sir, for your quite incisive talk on inclusive growth for sustainable development. I think we will invite you again so that we can get a full dose. The moderator, Ahmed, had to beg you to stop. I observed that. So, sir, we will call you back in the near future. Mrs. Deepa George, thank you so much for the insightful presentation on leadership, leading and managing the virtual workplace. As an HR practitioner myself, I know COVID-19 has created a lot of opportunity and changes in the workplace. We now talk of the new normal, working from home and so on. Thank you for your fantastic presentation, Mrs. George. Dr. Muhammad Ali Pati, who has been very busy at the World Bank, his talk on reimagining Nigeria's health system, the role of public-private sector was quite incisive and based on experience. He has seen it in the public sector, so he spoke from experience. Really appreciated that session as well. The next panel session was led by Mr. Aliu Akoshili, ex-CEO, Daily Times newspapers. The focus was on business process reengineering in an uncertain times. Very insightful, and we had contributing a contribution from the following panelists. Our own engineer, Chris Ifeagbo, well done. Your background is in oil and gas, but you demonstrated experience in process engineering issues, concepts. We appreciate you. We also got similar dose from Mr. Akim Oyewole, sorry if I misspelled that, financial services expert, thank you. And of course, Mr. Suleiman Arizika, we appreciate you. So as we got closer to the end, of course, we had more insights, especially on the diaspora talent issue. Mrs. Eliza Salazar Chukuma, thank you so much for your lead talk on nurturing and harnessing diaspora talent for national development. I think I'll be engaging you offline on some of the issues you raised there about talent attraction. Of course, Mr. Oswald Osarente Gubadia, thank you. Dr. Sani Malumi, thank you. And Ahmed, moderator for that session. And last but not the least, we had all the best parts of the conference, but this was like an icing on the cake. We appreciate Right Honorable Mark Simmons for the quite inspirational closing key address. I think you open a vista of opportunity for those who are investment minded and ready to grow their network. We will certainly take the offer you have made to see how we can get members of PEEF and other Nigerians to benefit from the initiative around Africa, which you mentioned. We thank you all. Next to the speakers, we couldn't have been successful without our sponsors. Al Ghazali donated $250,000 cash. We appreciate you. NLP for the gifts, quiz gifts. We really appreciate NLP. Texim, we appreciate you. Legend, and of course many others that I cannot list here. We appreciate you. We also appreciate all our cash donors. We got donations to the PEEF bank account from 10,000 naira to 250,000 naira. We appreciate everybody. Now we get closer home with appreciation. We cannot but be very, very appreciative of the core planning team led by Mr. Rajiv Sharman. He had a star-studded team. Ahmed Mohammed, Dr. Alim Abakri, Engineer Chris Ifeagbo, Mr. Denike, Dr. Ken Anirobi, Mrs. Ehima Home, and of course Adiza. She may not want me to say this, but Adiza was part of it. We appreciate you all. Well done, and congratulations. You have made us proud today. Of course, my colleagues in the PEEF Executive Management Committee, Mr. Andy Ezengwa, who actually facilitated Mr. Obi's invitation, is an expert on technical vocational education training, and we may be having him in our future programs that may be quarterly or monthly so that we can focus and tap into his experience and knowledge. Alhaji Ali Shatta, and of course, Dr. Lola Maboguje and Mr. Tike Olachimo. Thank you all for your contribution. Finally, the members of the BOT, they are the leaders of PEEF, led by the chairman, Engineer Abdullah Abukar, Mr. Azuka Diali, Professor Abdullahi Abba, and Professor Ulu Ajakai. We thank you all. We are grateful for the support that has made this successful. We at the PEEF management will be preparing plaques for the speakers and panelists, and we'll see how we can courier that to you. In our physical conferences, we will normally do that, by just giving it to you at the conference, but we'll try to explore getting this across to you by courier. I would like to thank you all. We look forward to a better conference in 2021. You can leave your contact with us if you need more information. I wish us all safe, for those who have traveled, safe return back to their residences. And God blessings until we meet again next time. Thank you. And on this note, I declare the conference closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. I wish you a happy rest of the afternoon, or morning, or evening, wherever you are, and have a good day. Be well and be safe.
Can we simulate the applause? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
That's fantastic. Fantastic.
What time is it in Boston now?
It's 10:46.
This looks like a marathon.
Exactly.
This looks like a marathon.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, it is a marathon.
Yeah, so
It's been a for over 6 hours.
Okay, can we stay on so that we can do a quick post-mortem? I mean, you still have the energy, I guess.
Yes, I still have a little bit of time. I have to. Funny enough, I have to jump on to another event. But do we want to start a new Zoom?
Can you remove all the Can you remove all?
We still have quite a number on the conference call.
Yes.
So,
Yeah,
it's possible to.
I think these attendees, they don't want to leave us. They're just waiting for the next year conference.
So IT would actually affect your advice, Prof.